adopted today at the closing of the session suggests several key measures and principles we can all endorse. Together, we can harness the promise of emerging technologies for the original purpose it was intended for, to accelerate global progress for the benefit of humankind. Let me conclude by saying that the threat of terrorism is grave and universal and continues to grow in several parts of the world, particularly in several parts of Africa and South Asia. Terrorism in any part of the world is a threat to the peace and security for the whole world. And therefore it is important we reaffirm that all acts of terrorism are criminal and unjustifiable regardless of motivation and wherever, whenever, and by whomsoever it is committed. Thank you. I'm now pleased to invite Dr. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister, Government of India, to deliver the keynote address. Sir, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me extend a warm welcome to all of you who have traveled from every corner of the globe for making it convenient to attend the special meeting of the Counter-Terrorism Committee of the UN Security Council. This is the first time that the UN Security Council is holding a meeting in any format in India. That it is doing so when we are celebrating the 75th anniversary of our independence, the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, is especially noteworthy. I thank the members of the committee and the Counter-Terrorism Executive Directorate for their efforts in holding this special meeting in India. I would also like to acknowledge His Excellency Antonio Guterres, UN Secretary General, for his remarks that were read out just now by Ambassador. Your presence here in Delhi today for this special meeting of the CTC demonstrates the importance that the UNSC members, member states, and a wide range of stakeholders place on this critical and emerging facet of terrorism. That the Council is holding this special meeting of its Counter-Terrorism Committee in India is also a product of the fact that counter-terrorism has become one of the top priorities during our ongoing tenure in the Security Council. Terrorism remains one of the gravest threats to humanity. The UN Security Council in the past 2 decades has evolved an important architecture built primarily around the counter-terrorism sanctions regime to combat this menace. This has been very effective in putting those countries on notice that had turned terrorism into a state-funded enterprise. Despite this, the threat of terrorism is only growing and expanding, particularly in Asia and Africa, as successive reports of the 1267 Sanctions Committee monitoring reports have highlighted. The technological innovations and breakthroughs of the past 2 decades have been transformative in the way the world functions in every respect. These new emerging technologies, from virtual private networks and encrypted messaging services to blockchain and virtual currencies, offer a very promising future for a wide array of economic and social benefits for humankind. However, there is a flip side, especially where terrorism is concerned. These very technologies have also thrown up new challenges for governments and regulatory bodies due to their potential vulnerability for misuse by non-state actors, given the very nature of some of these technologies and the nascent regulatory environment. In recent years, terrorist groups, their ideological fellow travelers, particularly in open and liberal societies, and lone wolf attackers have significantly enhanced their capabilities by gaining access to these technologies. They use technology and money, and most importantly, the ethos of open societies to attack freedom, tolerance, and progress. Internet and social media platforms have turned into potent instruments in the toolkit of terrorists and militant groups for spreading propaganda, radicalization, and conspiracy theories aimed at destabilizing societies. Another add-on to the existing worries for governments around the world is the use of unmanned aerial systems by terrorist groups and organized criminal networks. Being a relatively low-cost option with an increasing ease of accessibility, misuse of these unmanned aerial platforms for nefarious purposes by terrorist groups, such as weapons and explosives delivery and targeted attacks, have become an imminent danger. They are therefore a challenge for security agencies worldwide. The possibilities of using weaponized drones for terrorist purposes against strategic infrastructure and commercial assets call for serious attention by member states. Our own experience of the 2008 Mumbai attacks, and you will all recall the briefing yesterday, our experience showed us how a benign technology of voice over internet protocol, VoIP, could be used for organizing and directing such a barbaric terrorist attack from beyond our borders. More recently, these terrorist groups have been using unmanned aerial platforms such as drones and quadcopters for cross-border trafficking of drugs and arms and for carrying out terrorist attacks. And such risks are not limited to India. In Africa, drones have been used by terrorist groups to monitor movements of security forces and even of UN peacekeepers, making them vulnerable to terrorist attacks. A few months ago, terrorists launched cross-border drone attacks on the UAE and Saudi Arabia, targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, which led to loss of lives and injuries, including to Indian nationals there. India has strongly condemned these cross-border drone attacks both in UAE and Saudi Arabia. With this context, we felt an urgency to initiate a focused discussion at this preeminent Security Council organ, the Counter-Terrorism Committee, charged with the purpose of combating terrorism on this evolving threat from misuse of new and emerging technologies. In January last year, while addressing the Security Council on the issue of terrorism, I had called for the need for the international community to adopt an 8-point action plan, which remains relevant in the context of today's meeting as well. One of the key points I had advocated was for member states to increase funding for UN organs such as the UN Office of Counter-Terrorism, the UNOCT. We have with us Ambassador Vladimir Voronkov, Under-Secretary General for Counter-Terrorism. Excellency, I am happy to announce that India will be making a voluntary contribution of $500,000 in the UN Trust Fund for Counter-Terrorism this year to augment the efforts of UNOCT in providing capacity building support to member states in preventing and countering the threat of terrorism. I would like to conclude by reaffirming India's commitment to strengthen international efforts to combat terrorism, including combating the use of new and emerging technologies. The Delhi Declaration, which is to be adopted at the special meeting of the CTC, will exemplify the commitment of the international community in dealing with the threat of use of new and emerging technologies for terrorist purposes. We are honored to host this special meeting of the Counter-Terrorism Committee in India and contributing to international efforts in this regard. I'm confident that today's special meeting will be yet another milestone for this Council to deal with a pressing issue which requires the urgent attention of the international community. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Dr. Jaishankar for his remarks, and I am pleased to invite His Excellency Mr. Michael Musa Adamo, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Gabon, to deliver his opening remarks. Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, Honourable Minister, dear colleagues, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Terrorism is constantly evolving and continues to pose a global threat more than ever. It endangers international peace and security, destroys societies, and destabilizes entire regions. Terrorism is an affront to common values enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations, and no country is immune. New technologies, including social media, encrypted communication tools, and cryptocurrency, are being used to the purpose of propaganda, radicalization of new recruits, and launch of atrocities. Since the military defeat of the Islamic State in Iraq in 2011, ISIL in Iraq and Syria in 2017, foreign terrorist fighters have been on the move. Terrorism has become a transnational threat that no government or organization can combat alone. To that end, multilateral concerted action at national, regional, and global level is essential. Our action must be as swift and multidimensional as the threat itself and based on the principles of multilateralism. Esteemed colleagues, on the African continent, the terrorist threat is growing, diversifying, and has been modernizing over the years, trapping entire regions such as Sahel and the Horn of Africa in a spiral of inextricable complexity. The approach of highlighting the nexus of peace, governance, and development seems to be the most appropriate to break the cycle of abrupt political transitions and cyclical insecurity. We should adapt our response with coherency to the changing face of terrorism with great urgency. Indeed, the fragmentation of responses fuels the interest of terrorist groups that exploit systemic flaws to foment the breeding ground for violence. Today, several regions of the continent are becoming sanctuaries for terrorist groups, epicenter of international insecurity, with one of the fastest growing humanitarian crises affecting the lives of millions of people. The humanitarian crises are becoming more complex with the induced effects of climate change, correlated with the rise of violent extremism. Poverty and inequalities inherent of recurrent political and social-economic crises. The range of challenges facing the Sahel and the Horn of Africa, to which we must respond as quickly as possible, requires an urgent recognition of policies and approaches, and built on better coordination and more assiduous and stronger mobilization of the international community. For Gabon, the joint efforts of the United Nations and the African Union, combined with the active involvement of the countries of the region and sub-regional organizations, must rely on local communities. They are the ones who suffer on a daily basis of assault of terrorism groups. Our efforts can hardly have a lasting impact without a consistent enhancement of local strategies based on commitment of women, young people, and the most vulnerable population, and of the mechanism of prevention, resolution, and consolidation of regional and sub-regional organizations. Development, governance, and security policies must go hand in hand with an absolute determination to defend the values of social cohesion and prohibition of hate speech, with a view to maximizing the impact of our efforts to promote lasting peace and stability in the region. Addressing these underlying causes of crisis means overcoming ignorance through quality education and addressing the lack of basic services and infrastructure to lift younger generation out of violent extremism. The commitment of the international community in fragile region must be commensurated with the threat scale. Indeed, it only takes one weak link for the entire chain of collective security to be shaken. Therefore, it is crucial for the international community to support the efforts of fragile states in the fight against terrorism with adequate logistical and material means, while acting decisively to emaciate the sources of financing of terrorist groups, which, with inter alia, profit from the illicit trafficking of natural resources in order to restrict their ability to feed themselves and their abominable activities. Gabon will welcome and support the document that will be adopted at the end of this session. En remerciant le gouvernement de l'Inde pour avoir pris l'initiative de cette importante rencontre qui intervient à un moment propice, je saisis cette occasion pour aussi exprimer à l'Inde, au gouvernement de l'Inde et à la population indienne et au peuple de l'Inde les chaleureuses félicitations de mon pays, le Gabon, pour son mandat exemplaire à la tête du comité 1373 contre le terrorisme. La tenue de cette réunion est un sujet aussi sensible qu'épineux concernant la cybersécurité et l'utilisation potentielle des technologies émergentes à des fins terroristes. Ceci illustre l'attachement de votre gouvernement aux efforts de lutte contre la menace terroriste. Il faut se féliciter du fait que cette réunion mette accent sur trois aspects essentiels, à savoir l'utilisation d'Internet et des médias sociaux à des fins terroristes, le financement du terrorisme, l'usage des systèmes aériens sans pilote. Madame la Présidente de séance, chers collègues, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le terrorisme continue de poser une grave menace à la paix et à la sécurité internationale. Les organisations terroristes et leurs sponsors tirent profit de la faiblesse structurelle qui affecte un certain nombre de pays, notamment ceux faisant face à des conflits armés. Plus grave encore, ces acteurs sont constamment à la recherche de nouveaux instruments pour répandre la terreur, y compris en détournant les nouvelles technologies de l'information, l'intelligence artificielle et les systèmes aériens sans pilote à des fins terroristes. Cette situation pose un défi majeur à la communauté internationale, défi que nous devons tous relever sans tarder, tout en célébrant l'avènement de nouvelles technologies à de pointe, susceptibles de transformer la vie des populations, y compris dans les pays en développement. Notre monde aujourd'hui fait face au risque grandissant que ces nouveaux instruments qui sont le fruit du génie humain tombent entre les mains des groupes terroristes et organisations criminelles pour semer plus de violence et de désolation à nos communautés. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, les actes terroristes perpétrés par des organisations telles que Al-Shabaab et Daesh ne sont pas seulement une atteinte à la vie et à la dignité humaine, mais ils constituent aussi et surtout une négation de la civilisation et ne sauraient donc être justifiés. Aucune cause, aucune idéologie, aucune religion ne peut servir de prétexte aux atrocités perpétrées par des groupes terroristes à travers le monde. Ce qui est frappant, c'est la capacité de ces mouvances à rester actives et à se renouveler, y compris par leur attitude à mobiliser des considérables sommes d'argent par des réseaux criminels, ce qui leur permet de recruter et de se propager en ayant pour cible principale la jeunesse désœuvrée. Une lutte efficace contre le terrorisme exige donc une approche holistique et un traitement approprié des défis qui se posent, y compris sur le plan socio-économique. C'est ici le lieu de se féliciter des efforts remarquablement déployés par l'architecture des Nations Unies dans le cadre de la stratégie antiterroriste mondiale, y compris les comités de sanctions contre les groupes terroristes et extrémistes violents et les personnes et entités associées. Il nous faudra en outre renforcer le cadre normatif par une adhésion plus forte aux instruments déjà en vigueur, y compris la Convention de Budapest, mais également en accélérant nos délibérations en vue d'une convention globale contre le terrorisme. Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est dans cet effort Dans ces efforts, nous ne ferons l'économie d'aucun moyen. Nous devons veiller scrupuleusement à une adéquation de notre réponse avec le droit international et les droits de l'homme, conformément aux résolutions 1624 de 2005 et 2617 de 2022. Face aux défis posés par l'émergence de nouvelles technologies, le Gabon, mon pays, appelle de tous ses vœux le renforcement des capacités des pays en voie de développement, notamment par la formation des cadres et l'apprentissage constant pour les préparer à être à l'avant-garde des technologies de pointe et de déjouer les velléités violentes des organisations terroristes. Il est absolument vital que les pays en développement puissent bénéficier d'une assistance technique qui tienne compte des besoins spécifiques et des menaces identifiées à l'échelle nationale et sous-régionale. Un accent particulier doit être mis sur la coopération internationale, notamment le partage de l'information et l'échange des renseignements entre les services de l'État et le secteur privé, y compris les entreprises du secteur informatique, les sociétés de transport maritime et les compagnies aériennes. J'aimerais conclure mon propos, insister sur 2 points cardinaux. D'abord, que le terrorisme ne doit et ne devrait être associé à aucune religion ou culture, ethnie ou civilisation. Ensuite, rappeler que notre action commune contre le terrorisme doit être en phase avec nos engagements en matière de respect des droits de l'homme, de la lutte contre la pauvreté, en accordant une attention toute particulière aux causes et à ces causes profondes, en mettant un accent particulier à l'éducation des jeunes et à l'amélioration des conditions de vie des populations les plus vulnérables. C'est dans cet esprit que le Gabon, mon pays, s'engage à appuyer la déclaration qui sera adoptée à l'issue de cette réunion spéciale. And I thank you for your kind and generous attention. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. Michael Musa Adamo, for his remarks, and I am now pleased to invite Her Excellency, Ms. Shirley Ayoka Bochwe, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration of Ghana, to deliver her opening remarks. Madam Minister, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, colleague ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. India has been a leader in the fight against international terrorism, and we commend her commitment to international peace and security. In this connection, we wish to thank the Government of India and the Counter-Terrorism Executive Directorate, CTED, for organizing this special meeting on countering the use of new and emerging technologies for terrorist purposes. We welcome your remarks, Minister Jaishankar, and we are convinced that today's meeting will help strengthen international efforts, including through new forms of cooperation on the countering the use of new and emerging technologies for terrorist purposes. Ghana will be committed to the outcomes of this meeting. Following the horrific 11 September attack, the Security Council swiftly adopted Resolution 1373. The resolution signaled the unity of the international community for the fight against terrorism. The subsequent establishment of the Counter-Terrorism Committee of the Security Council and the adoption of several resolutions and conventions on the subject showed the common commitment to combat terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. Despite international and regional efforts to fight the menace of terrorism, however, we have seen in recent years a growing trend in terrorist activity and expansion through franchising across regions and an attendant increase in violence and control of territory. These, together with changing, protracted, and complex nature of terrorism and the absence of any mechanism in the Security Council to deal with terrorist groups, pose dire consequences for international peace and security. In Africa, the threat situation has undergone significant evolution, culminating in the emergence of terrorism and violent extremism as the most threat undermining our peace, stability, and territorial integrity of many of our member states. According to the Global Terrorism Index 2022, Africa emerged as the global epicenter of terrorism last year, accounting for 48% of global terrorism deaths, with the Sahel becoming home to the world's fastest growing and most deadly terrorist groups. There is no doubt about the consequential impact of this development on our lives, our livelihoods, and our ability to realize the Sustainable Development Goals. Madam Chair, today's meeting therefore offers a unique opportunity to explore effective and comprehensive mechanisms to address the evolving phenomenon of terrorism. The complexity of violent extremism and terrorist crimes across the globe defies generalization and a one-size-fits-all approach. Response must therefore be robust and appropriate. Against this backdrop, I wish to highlight the following points from my government's point of view. First, in the light of the emerging trends and technologies being leveraged for terrorist purposes, it is imperative to adopt tailored measures to counter terrorism financing. Terrorist financing is essential to the operations of terrorist organizations, to maintain their networks, to recruit, and to acquire and supply arms and the new technologies. We must find ways to dry up external and internal financing of terrorists, including curtailing the increasing use of cryptocurrency, which is becoming a choice for financing terrorist activities. This requires, among others, genuine partnerships with regional institutions such as the Intergovernmental Action Group Against Money Laundering in West Africa. We must equally pay attention to the growing link between terrorists on land and pirates at sea, particularly in the Gulf of Guinea, as we work collaboratively to dry up their sources of funding and check any expansion of their operations. In this regard, we call for effective implementation of Resolution 2634 on maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea. Second, the unprecedented innovation in technologies and the challenges in regulation, licensing, and export controls have increased the ability of non-state actors and malign forces to secure products, including on the open market, and weaponize them. There's growing evidence of drones being weaponized by violent extremists and terrorist groups for surveillance as part of their intelligence and reconnaissance operations, or as explosive devices, as in the case of the attacks on Abu Dhabi. We need both global cooperation and national actions to thwart the acquisition of such technologies and their components by individuals or groups for terrorist purposes. Third, we are equally concerned about the growing misuse of the internet and social media by terrorists. While many of the benefits of internet and social media are obvious, it is being used by terrorist groups, especially in the dark net, to facilitate communication within terrorist groups, transmit material support, planned acts of terrorism for recruitment purposes, financing, propaganda, training, and incitement to commit acts of terrorism. We should therefore seize the opportunity provided in the ongoing negotiations to elaborate a global convention on countering the use of ICT for criminal purposes. Excellencies, in conclusion, Ghana urges action to ensure that states have access to all available tools for counterterrorism while effectively denying terrorists the means to threaten global peace and security with emerging technologies. We are determined to support the efforts of the Counter-Terrorism Committee of the United Nations accordingly. Thank you for your attention.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Shirley Ayoka Bochwe for her remarks, and I now invite His Excellency Mr. James Cleverly, Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs of the United Kingdom, to deliver his remarks. Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam Chairman, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may I start by thanking India, our hosts, and Dr. Jaishankar for his keynote speech. And you're right that countries must do more nationally and internationally to counter the threat of terrorism. The UN and an effective CTC both have a significant role to play in this endeavour. Just outside my office in London is an elegant memorial to those who were killed in the Bali bombing of 2002. 202 victims that came from more than 20 countries, including 23 from the United Kingdom. When terrorists struck in London in 2005, one of the 52 people they murdered was 37-year-old Neetu Jain, a biochemist graduate who was born in Delhi. And the victims of the 2008 Mumbai attacks, who we honoured yesterday, came from every continent. Terrorism is a global problem and a global threat. So I'm incredibly grateful for Foreign Minister Jaishankar for using India's Security Council presidency to focus on this crucial issue and advance his 8-point plan. The UK's partnership with India is hugely important to me, and I'm pleased to be taking forward our CTC, our CT cooperation this weekend. But let me now turn to the technological advances which offer terrorists new opportunities that we must counteract. Within the space of just 2 decades, terrorists have gone from circulating crackly voice recordings from the depths of Tora Bora to global online recruitment and incitement campaigns, to live stream attacks. And online incitement and radicalization of vulnerable people in far-off countries, who have then gone on to use simple rental vans as weapons of terror. So we must continue to work together to fight terrorist ideologies online. In 2015, we set up the Counter-Daesh Communications Cell in London in partnership with the United States of America and the government of the United Arab Emirates. Together, we have worked with governments, civil society, and communities to challenge Daesh's narrative. And we're also working with the G7 and Global Internet Forum to counter terrorism. And we continue to press tech companies, amongst whom are some of the Internet's biggest players, to crack down even harder on extremist content online. Technologies that advance the online world also powers the real world, but both are open to exploitation. Tech designed with the best of intentions can be repurposed for the worst of aims. From a garden, from our ambassador's garden in Abu Dhabi, in January of this year, I saw the UAE's air defense system interdict Houthi missiles. And only a few weeks earlier, drones had killed 3 people in Abu Dhabi. Drones are being used currently to target critical national infrastructure and civilian targets in Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine. So from the UAE to Ukraine, unmanned aerial systems, from relatively cheap and unsophisticated to those of military specifications, are used to inflict terror, death, and destruction. This is why we have sanctioned 3 Iranian military commanders and 1 Iranian company involved in the supply of drones, and why we must also do more to stop these technologies getting into terrorists' hands. In 2019, the UK government launched our counter-unmanned aircraft strategy, and we are funding new counter-drone technologies. And we're working through the Global Counter-Terrorism Forum to ensure that we do more to stop terrorists from misusing drones. The internet has also given terrorist groups murky new routes to conceal their finances that they need to sustain their activities. We work with industry and international partners to understand and disrupt terrorist finances, including in Somalia and North Africa. We have made tackling illicit finance a core pillar of our cooperation with international partners like the UAE. And we look forward to India's No Money for Terrorism conference in November. This is vital work. The threat from terrorism has not gone away. We know a repressive response will only exacerbate the problem. And if we are to keep our people safe, we must comply with human rights. And we must continue to work together and with industry and all parts of our communities to discredit the narratives of hate, to counter radicalization, to infiltrate networks, to foil plots, and to starve terrorists of the finances and the emerging technologies that they would use to do us harm. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. James Cleverly for his remarks. I'm pleased to invite Her Excellency Ms. Reem Ibrahim Al-Hashimi, Minister of State for International Cooperation of the United Arab Emirates, to deliver her remarks. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the outset, the UAE would like to begin by thanking India in her capacity as the current chair of the Counter-Terrorism Committee and Minister Jay Shankar for organizing and hosting us for this very special meeting. We deeply value your leadership on counterterrorism at the UN Security Council and beyond, and as the next chair of the Counter-Terrorism Committee in 2023, the UAE looks forward to building on your achievements. I'd also like to begin by paying tribute to all the victims and the survivors of terrorism. Yesterday's memorial ceremony in Mumbai was an important and very poignant reminder of the utter injustice of all the lives that have been cut short or forever altered by the scourge of terrorism. We owe it to all those victims to galvanize our efforts and improve international responses and end this global threat. Terrorism knows no borders, and though different parts of the world may become fertile breeding ground, that threat can still transcend anywhere at any time, as we have seen earlier this year in my country, but as is also evident in many of the countries and communities represented here today. New technologies can bolster efforts in areas ranging from the countering of terrorism to the development of early warning systems and predictive analysis, and the strengthening of surveillance capabilities. New technologies are also today involved in the delivery of humanitarian assistance. And as we've heard earlier, sometimes positive intent can actually be manipulated. How to stay ahead of these threats requires us to embrace innovation, but also be very open to new and different approaches and perspectives. And so let me take you on an imaginary journey into the near future. It's 2027, 5 years from now, and in a very heavily populated area, people are going about their daily lives, buying groceries at an open-air market, until they hear the buzzing noises and look up, and there's a swarm of 50 small drones appearing in the sky, several explosions, and more than 60 people killed in a matter of minutes. Among these victims are government officials who were meeting leaders of the local community, and the drones were equipped with cameras and facial recognition technology. These explosions not only killed those targets, but also indiscriminately killed many bystanders, men, women, and children alike. The terrorists weaponized the drone swarm with improvised explosive devices and were directing it from somewhere abroad using the smartphone. Everything that you needed for this attack was commercially available online. This scenario may seem like it's far-fetched, but it's actually alarmingly close to becoming a reality. Ongoing advancements in digital technologies are multiplying the possibilities of what devices like drones are able to do. One thing is clear: our existing regulatory systems and our policy discussions are not advancing at the same pace or at the same ambition as these threats that we all face. Technology is becoming a force multiplier of terrorism on our watch. Let me briefly touch on 3 issues that will be addressed during the special meeting and that are very pertinent in the minds of the United Arab Emirates leadership. First, terrorist groups are exploiting advances in commercial drone technology to carry out deadlier and stealthier attacks. Drones can now fly faster, travel further, carry larger payloads, and leverage artificial intelligence and other tools to operate without manual control. Advanced drone technology enhances the capacity of terrorists to conduct reconnaissance and target civilians with devastating attacks, including across state borders, while the projection of sophisticated capabilities is exploited for propaganda, very sophisticated propaganda, and recruitment purposes. This is a cross-regional challenge from Al-Shabaab in East Africa to Daesh and the Houthi terrorist group in the Middle East. It is urgent that we catch up to the reality of their deployment, including all transnational threats, and address these issues head-on. Second, the internet must not be a terror enabler. We've been having this discussion for years. Aren't you tired of these discussions? Despite the efforts of technology companies in developing detection tools based on artificial intelligence and human moderation, these are simply not enough. Extremist content remains on the internet, with algorithms that promote the search for new audiences, making terror activity so appealing. Hate speech, terrorist narratives, extremist language, disinformation, misinformation campaigns continue to undermine and break down our social fabric. We must find ways to fast-track efforts and strengthen regulatory and legislative frameworks to protect users, our communities, and our children. Third, curbing terrorism financing requires adjusting to the emergence of new financial instruments. Whether cryptocurrency or prepaid cards, a diversified set of payment options continue to fuel terrorist activities worldwide, and organized crime groups and their actors continue to find loopholes. With the rapid development of financial technology, staying ahead of the curve and properly addressing these risks becomes ever more difficult, but ever more necessary. The UAE is fully committed to implementing AML CFT regulations and has advanced the entire architecture of that framework to close the gaps in our system. And finally, it remains absolutely imperative for all of us to continue to keep our efforts united and to work diligently together to tackle the root causes of all forms of extremism in order to ensure that transnational malign phenomena ceases to metastasize. I believe we all agree on the urgency to tackle this challenge and political will remains present, but it is now important to prioritize action. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Reem Ibrahim Al-Hashibi for her remarks, and I am now pleased to invite Her Excellency Ms. Maggie Fino, Deputy Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs, Republic of Albania, to deliver her remarks. You have the floor, Excellency.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, please allow me to extend my gratitude to the Government of India for hosting us in this beautiful country of yours and for organizing these 2 days meetings of solidarity and providing the opportunity to express our joint commitment in countering terrorism, which is still a serious and imminent threat to international peace and security. Please also allow me to pay tribute to the victims of the Mumbai terror attacks and to all the victims of terrorism all over the world and express my deepest condolences to their families. As was mentioned these past 2 days and remains very much true, their suffering must not be forgotten. Dear colleagues, in the same vein, I would like to provide you with some brief information on what we have done in my country, in Albania, as we have focused in countering violent extremism, preventing recruitment and radicalization that leads to terrorism as a vital investment to peace and security. As an active participant of the global coalition to defeat Daesh ISIS, the Albanian government has taken concrete steps to build the legal framework and operational capacity to prevent and combat terrorism and the phenomenon of foreign terrorist fighters. Our policy is guided by the respect for human rights, effective law enforcement, and full international cooperation. Although in the country we have not experienced terrorist acts, it's important to note what was mentioned yesterday in the remarks by the victims and their families, but also reiterated today, that terrorism can happen to anyone, anywhere, as it knows no borders. That is why this requires joint action. In Albania, we face the phenomenon of foreign terrorist fighters, citizens going to conflict areas, at times even with their families, women and children, facing the horrors of war there. Repatriation has come to the forefront of the discussion, and in particular, ways on how to address repatriation in compliance with international standards and obligations. For that reason, we fully support international efforts that ensure prosecution of the FTFs, the protection, repatriation, rehabilitation, and reintegration of their family members, especially women and children. Let's not forget, many of them are victims of terrorism themselves, misled by a violent ideology and fed by illiteracy. Excellencies, over the course of more than 20 years of war on terror, experts have identified political and socioeconomic conditions as root causes of terrorism. Technological enablers that make terrorism possible have been less studied. This meeting serves to reflect on recent developments and the latest evidence-based studies regarding the threats posed by the use of new technologies for terrorist purposes. Regrettably, violent extremists and terrorist groups use communication technologies to mobilize resources, train, radicalize, and recruit others to join their networks, in particular, youth. Some have become extremely skillful in exploiting the internet, video editing, social media, and other communication tools and means. We should not restrict our focus to countering the malicious uses of new technologies by terrorist organizations, but we must also learn how to use these technologies proactively. By doing so, the aim is to prevent the movement of terrorists, build capacities, and encourage good practices in information sharing. Experience shows that effectiveness of such measures is directly linked to the level of cooperation and coordination among government agencies, civil society, and the private sector, in particular the tech sector. We need to carefully address the terrorist threat while respecting human rights and fundamental freedoms in their entirety. Privacy rights and freedom of expression need to be respected and maintained, and a gender-sensitive approach should ensure that gender-specific concerns are also considered. Albania will continue to strongly support international cooperation and the promotion of UN standards and the practical implementation of the UN Global Counter-Terrorism Strategy through the prism of the new technological developments. And as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council, we will maintain an active role in addressing this issue in the highest organ of the UN for a more peaceful and safer place for the present and also incoming generations. I thank you for your kind attention.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Maggie Fino for her remarks. I'm pleased to invite His Excellency Ambassador Eduardo Paes Saboya, Secretary for Asia, Pacific and Russia at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil, to deliver his remarks. Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, Honorable Minister, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I would like to thank the Government of India and the Counter-Terrorism Committee, Executive Directorate, for their efforts in organizing this important meeting, and also for the hospitality of India. I would like to convey Minister Carlos França's greeting to Minister Dr. Jaishankar, who has recently had a very productive and successful visit to Brazil. While new and emerging technologies can create opportunities for economic growth, they may also have unintended consequences. They surely offer us instruments for fighting terrorism, yet in the wrong hands, they may also enhance the ability to cause harm. This special meeting of the CTC is above all about the challenges in the use of technologies that can enable progress or yield destruction. When it comes to terrorism and the very graphic, raw devastation it provokes, which we saw in the videos here, this discussion is particularly pressing. This debate, to be successful, must involve all actors, especially those who may have a prominent role in counterterrorism. Therefore, it is positive to have such an inclusive participation today with representatives from government, civil society, academia, and the private sector. On the one hand, the development of ICTs, artificial intelligence, and other technologies can provide a wide array of tools to counter terrorism. They make it easier to identify suspects and confirm their identity with facial recognition software, ascertain behavioral standards, and analyze evidence. Remote sensing applications benefit from IA technologies to strengthen border management and control, and thereby reducing risks of cross-border movement of terrorists. On the other hand, there is justified criticism about impacts on the right to privacy and civil liberties. It is also known that flaws in the development of artificial intelligence and facial recognition software have regrettably replicated prejudices, not only making counterterrorism less effective, but also raising serious human rights concerns. The key to addressing these challenges lies in sound regulatory processes, which in turn require inclusive participation and a comprehensive debate. In Brazil, we had the opportunity to extensively examine how to respond to concerns of this nature in the discussions that led to the adoption of the Brazilian Civil Rights Framework for the Internet and the General Law on the Protection of Personal Data. In light of the rapid pace of technological innovation, we will probably be required to constantly update our legal frameworks and the methods of work of our intelligence and law enforcement national organs. It is crucial for our governments to be able to rise to increasing new challenges posed by the use of new and emerging technologies by terrorist groups. In this process, we must always bear in mind that counterterrorism can only be really successful if conducted in full compliance with international law, including the UN Charter, international humanitarian law, international human rights law, and international refugee law. Given the transnational nature of the threat, we must also intensify international cooperation among member states, international and regional organizations, and stronger cooperation will allow us to further exchange information and best practices and foster more initiatives of capacity building in benefit of national institutions. The absence of an internationally agreed upon definition of terrorism undermines the effectiveness and cohesion of global, regional, and national efforts in the fight against the phenomenon. Moreover, the lack of a universal conceptual framework creates the risk of the application of double standards. Therefore, we should continue to aim at the adoption of a comprehensive convention on international terrorism. The repudiation of terrorism is a principle enshrined in the Brazilian Constitution. Terrorism is unacceptable in all its forms and manifestations. It undermines the rule of law and thus international peace and security. This special meeting and the discussions we will have today can help strengthen our collective response to this threat. It demonstrates that we can take advantage of new and emerging technologies in our favor in order to counter their misuse by terrorist groups. It also illustrates our resolve to combat terrorism within the strict limits of international law, aware as we are that otherwise counterterrorism action would defeat its own purpose of saving lives and inhibiting violent extremism conducive to terrorism. Thank you.
I thank the Ambassador for his remarks, and I will give the floor now to Mr. Vladimir Voronkov, Under-Secretary General for the United Nations Office of Counter-Terrorism, to deliver his remarks. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation to address the Security Council Counter-Terrorism Committee and for convening this special meeting to consider the important theme of countering the use of new and emerging technologies for terrorism purposes. Mr. Minister, thank you very much for your announcement about the next generous contribution to our voluntary budget. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. I also very grateful to the Government of India for warm hospitality. Thank you again. I also thank Mr. Wei-Shun Chen and his colleagues in the Counter-Terrorism Committee Executive Directorate for the close cooperation with the United Nations Office of Counter-Terrorism and excellent organization of this meeting. The role of new and emerging technologies in fundamentally transforming all facets of our lives is beyond question. They have proven their value as indispensable tool for advancing peace and security, sustainable development, and human rights. However, terrorists often misuse and abuse these technologies to advance their agendas, thereby undermining international peace and security. As I briefed on behalf of the Secretary General of the Security Council in August, Daesh, for example, has significantly increased its use of unmanned aerial systems in northern Iraq during the past year. Terrorists are increasingly utilizing information and communications technologies, in particular the internet and social media, including gaming platforms, to commit, incite, recruit for, fund, and plan attacks. In his August report on terrorist attacks based on xenophobia, racism, and other forms of intolerance, or in the name of religion or belief. The Secretary General notes that the COVID-19 pandemic has significantly exacerbated the threat of terrorist attacks on this basis. This is due to the exploitation by terrorists and other groups of increased online presence and social isolation to grow and diversify their support base, radicalize and recruit new members, as well as expand their reach and influence. As new technologies emerge and become more widely available, member states are confronted with the urgent need to address the multiple and complex challenges they pose. This includes identifying, monitoring, investigating, and prosecuting terrorist activities involving the use of new technologies, as well as tackling terrorist propaganda and online incitement, taken into account the context of different applicable legal frameworks. In all of this, we must consider the broad human rights implications of the use of new technologies in countering terrorism activities. This includes ensuring that counter-terrorism measures are fully compliant with the right to privacy, data protection, freedom of opinion and expression, freedom of association, as well as freedom of religion or belief. Madam Chair, Excellencies, my office works with its partners, including through the United Nations Global Counter-Terrorism Coordination Compact, to support member states to leverage new technologies for counter-terrorism, while also addressing the risks posed by their misuse for terrorist purposes. We do so in three different ways. First, by offering technological solutions such as Go Travel software to identify, detect, intercept, and prevent the travel of terrorists and other serious criminals. We are also exploring the development of Go Fintel software to counter the financing of terrorism. These tools support member states to better adapt and respond to the complex challenges of data collection, analysis, and dissemination in counterterrorism. Second, by enhancing the capacities of requesting member states on the application of new technologies for counterterrorism. As a part of these efforts, we provide capacity building support on the use of unmanned aerial systems for monitoring and surveillance, cybersecurity, as well as digital data collection and digital forensics for investigations, prosecution, and adjudication of terrorist offenses. And third, by building upon a vast network of partners to exchange views and promote innovative solutions on the responsible use of technologies. In this context, I can mention the second Counter-Terrorism Week, which my office hosted at the United Nations headquarters in June 2021, which addressed the transformative role of new technologies in countering terrorism, a theme that also featured prominently in the latest 7th review of the United Nations Global Counter-Terrorism Strategy. Building partnerships for the responsible use of technology also involves producing joint research to inform and shape debates on the use of technology in countering terrorism. Examples of these efforts include two reports produced jointly by the United Nations Interregional Crime and Justice Research Institute and my office on the malicious use of artificial intelligence for terrorist purposes and the opportunities that this technology provides in countering terrorism. Furthermore, our partnership with the International Police Criminal Organization resulted in the production of a handbook for law enforcement on the use of the internet and social media for counterterrorism investigations. Moving forward, my office will continue to work with its United Nations and other partners to advance the Secretary General's vision in his report, Our Common Agenda, to address the risks posed by new technologies to peace and security and use its potential for common good. Madam Chair, Excellencies, the growing availability of new and emerging technologies and their increasing and evolving use by terrorist groups result in significant challenges for member states. We must work together with all relevant stakeholders, including governments, local actors, academia, civil society, the private sector, to address and mitigate those risks, while harnessing our capabilities to use such technologies to counter the spread of terrorism and violent extremism conducive to terrorism. I am confident that this special meeting of the Counter-Terrorism Committee, as well as the forthcoming 8th review of the United Nations Global Counter-Terrorist Strategy, will provide further directions in this regard. UNOST will continue to work closely with the Security Council Counter-Terrorism Committee and member states to promote the coordinated, human rights compliant and gender-sensitive use of new and emerging technologies to prevent and counter terrorism. I thank you.
I thank USG Voronkov for his remarks and overview, and we now will view a video recording from Under-Secretary General Amandeep Singh Gill, the United Nations Secretary General's Envoy on Technology. May we have the video, please?
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to participate in the special meeting of the Counter-Terrorism Committee Executive Directorate on countering the use of new and emerging technologies for terrorism. I want to take a moment to remember the victims of the terrorist attacks in Mumbai in November 2008. Their memory inspires us, encourages us to be even more vigilant and more focused on countering terrorism. At the Office of the Envoy on Technology, we are taking a holistic look at digital technologies, both the dark side as well as the opportunities. While we are primarily focused on digital technologies, their intersection with other types of technologies is important as well. We are focused on the problem of governance of these technologies, where there is fragmentation of national efforts and efforts across the public and the private sector. We are focused on the opportunity for advancing the SDGs by leveraging the digital transformation. And of course, we are focused on coherence within the UN system. On the issue of counterterrorism, the Office of the Envoy on Technology has a supporting role because this issue is ably handled by our colleagues from the CTED and the Office of Counterterrorism. There are important linkages in some of the themes and approaches that OSET works on, which might be of interest to member states and other stakeholders and might resonate in this discussion. Let me just address a few. Firstly, why the issue of terrorism is important? Because human lives matter. And if human lives matter, human rights are critical as well. And in particular, the question of how human rights frameworks apply online with regard to balancing freedom of expression, freedom of speech, with protection of individuals from violent crimes and terrorism. The role and responsibility of private companies and digital platforms is critical in this regard. And we need to ensure that there is greater accountability, there is greater transparency, and there is greater collaboration across the public and the private space in upholding human rights and in countering terrorism and the promotion of violence online. There are good examples of this kind of work in the area of counterterrorism with regard to the engagement of private sector firms and online platforms. It's useful to remember the coalitions that have come together after the Christchurch attacks, and also the coalition of private companies that's grouped together in the Global Internet Forum on Countering Terrorism. There are lessons learned, there are best practices when it comes to addressing the use of online platforms for terrorism. There are also interesting possibilities to leverage technology when it comes to surveillance. However, again, this is something that needs to be done in full respect of international human rights law and national and constitutional regimes with regard to the protection of individuals. In other words, we need to balance valid national security concerns with the concerns related to individual freedoms and fundamental human rights. The role of the civil society is very important in this regard, in addition to the existing and important roles of the public and the private sector. I mentioned the Christchurch call and the GIFCT, which is a coalition of the private sector. I think it's important to work on the interface between these coalitions and intergovernmental organizations such as the CTED and other organizations within the UN system. An important area where there are potential opportunities for quick action, for collaboration, is capacity building on counterterrorism and emerging technologies. There is a broader effort on cybersecurity capacity development, which is handled in various UN processes, but this is a key part of our work as well, given our efforts to promote a more holistic, joined-up approach to digital capacity building within the UN system, particularly if we are to ensure that digital plays its due role as an enabler of the sustainable development goals. I want to conclude by focusing for a few minutes on some of the issues that you would be taking up today, for instance, terrorist financing, as well as unmanned aerial systems. There are burgeoning systems of payments online. This is playing a crucial role in economic growth, in inclusion, particularly in developing countries, bringing in women and rural communities into the mainstream economy. So innovation is important here, scale is important, inclusion is important, but at the same time, this is a headache for those who are monitoring these transactions for signs of risk. Digital technologies such as artificial intelligence can play a role and help public authorities maintain the right balance between innovation and surveillance with regard to the terrorist threat. Likewise, unmanned aerial systems are going to be a crucial component in the emerging digital economy. Their regulation, their governance has to take into account the innovation possibilities and the growth potential. At the same time, we need to make sure that these systems are not misused, particularly for WMD terrorism type of attacks. This was a concern that was taken up during the Nuclear Security Summit process, and we need to ensure that in the relevant multilateral forums, there is continued attention on how to regulate the unmanned aerial services domain so that we can balance the economic growth opportunity, the innovation opportunity with valid concerns on terrorism. Thank you so much for your attention to my remarks, and I wish the deliberations at this important meeting all success.
I thank the Under-Secretary General for his remarks, and I now have the pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Vikshong Chan, Acting Executive Director of the Counter-Terrorism Committee Executive Directorate, to deliver his remarks. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished participants. I wish to sincerely thank the Government of India for hosting the Counter-Terrorism Committee's special meeting. I also wish to commend India for its leadership role and also the significant contribution as a member of Security Council and also as a chair of the committee. The special meeting comes at the right time and for the right topics. 20 years ago, the Security Council decided that all states should deny safe haven to those who finance, plan, support, or commit terrorist acts, or provide safe haven. However, we have witnessed a shift in the nature of terrorist attacks over the years. Today, terrorists consider the digital sphere as a safe haven. Terrorists are skilled at using new platforms and systems for many purposes, including to incite, recruit, finance, plan, and execute terrorist attacks. Terrorists are also increasingly exploiting the chat, gaming, and audio-visual platforms. They understand cybersecurity and take measures to shield their illegal activities. The dark web serves as a marketplace for materials, weapons, and fake documents. In this regard, how we develop and deploy the technology will determine how effectively we shall be able to tackle the new and emerging threats and which are threats to international peace and security caused by terrorist acts. Member states are increasingly deploying technological developments in areas such as artificial intelligence and big data to prevent terrorist acts and to bring terrorists to justice. Both public and private sectors are experimenting with new technologies to improve the traceability of financial transactions. And small and large technology companies are investing in and also deploying AI to detect terrorist content on the platforms. The CTED-led initiative, Tech Against Terrorism, has also identified over 200 platforms actively used by terrorist groups. Unmanned aerial systems are one of those technologies. As the UAS industry continues to innovate, it is lowering the terrorist barrier to enter into the aerial sphere. The rapid improvements in UAS technology and its increasingly capabilities will provide terrorist groups with multiple new targets. Critical infrastructure, open public spaces, or the other so-called soft targets are uniquely vulnerable to attack. Excellencies, distinguished participants, the global financial technology sector is another growing concern at the exploitation of new financial technology for terrorist purposes. Terrorists and terrorist groups fundraise through crowdfunding platforms and appeals on social media, move and store funds through mobile payment systems, online exchanges, and wallets or privacy coins. Virtual assets, along with other emerging financial technologies, may be vulnerable to abuse by terrorist financiers. These risks are compounded by the increase in the number and types of virtual asset service providers and persisting gaps in their regulation and supervision. These platforms and techniques are considering legal, regulatory, and investigating challenges. Excellencies, distinguished participants, the threat posed to international peace and security by terrorist groups and cells remain grave and continue to grow. How could the international community respond most effectively? First, our understanding, capabilities, and responses must keep pace with the identified threats. CTED remains committed to stay ahead of the technology curve. We have and will continue to support the Security Council and the Counter-Terrorism Committee in addressing emerging ICT challenges in the context of maintaining international peace and security and in counterterrorism. Strengthen our own assessment work, analysis, and technical expertise and guidance. The launch of the CTED UNODC Practical Guide on Obtaining Electronic Data Across Borders in 2019 is one such example. Enhanced partnership with the UN Office of Counterterrorism under this distinct leadership of Undersecretary USG Voronkov and also the other UN entities under the Global Compact and international and regional organizations and arrangements in raising the awareness of the threat by the misuse of ICT for terrorism purposes and facilitation of the delivery of technical assistance to member states in need. Contribute to innovative initiatives such as the GIFCT and Tech Against Terrorism, as well as the work of the GCTF, as evidenced by CTED's contributions to the Berlin Memorandum of Good Practices for countering terrorist use of unmanned aerial systems. Second, regulations and innovation are complementary and mutually reinforcing. As social media, UAS, and new payment technologies continue their rapid development, our legislation and regulations will need to keep pace. Third, we must continue to identify, share, and also build expertise and technical resources and capacity. Law enforcement agencies have made great strides in the ability to investigate, detect, and disrupt the use of new and emerging technologies for terrorist purposes. Further targeting, training, and capacity building will be required to ensure that criminal justice officials can effectively investigate and, as appropriate, prosecute and adjudicate, technology-related terrorist crimes. Fourth, a multi-stakeholder approach is essential. The Security Council has long noted the importance of developing public-private partnership in efforts to counter acts of terrorism. Today's special meeting provides an ideal opportunity to harness the knowledge, expertise, and support of international and regional organizations, the private sector, civil society, and academia. Fifth, we must remember that new technologies are not a panacea. They must be deployed responsibly with respect for human rights, privacy, and ethical standards. And they must also be grounded in transparency and robust accountability. Excellencies, distinguished participants, as we consider the challenges and opportunities posed by new and emerging technologies, it is essential that we remain committed to further enhancing our coordination, collaboration, and cooperation in order to mount an effective global response. CTED stands ready to assist member states, the Security Council, the Committee, and other UN entities, and international and regional partners towards that end. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I thank Mr. Chand for his remarks. This concludes the opening plenary segment of today's meeting. I would now like to pause for a few minutes and invite all the dignitaries who spoke at the opening session for a photograph before going on to our next agenda item. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now resume the meeting with the first segment, the thematic briefing on countering terrorist exploitation of information and communication technologies. May I request all of you to please take your seats? We are starting the first session. We are already behind schedule, may I remind you. Excellencies and dear colleagues, before I start, I wish to say a few words on some housekeeping matters. Each of the first three segments will follow a similar format. Invited speakers will make their statements in the sequence outlined in the agenda and will be asked to restrict their remarks to 5 minutes. Repeat, 5 minutes. Longer statements can be shared with the Secretariat and will be posted online. So therefore, and without further ado, I will now give the floor to Ms. Jennifer Bramlett, Legal Officer and CTED's Coordinator for Information and Communication Technology, to present an overview of the discussions from the CTED-led technical sessions on ICT. Ms. Bramlett, you have the floor.
Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. Good morning, Madam Chair. I would like to begin by thanking you for giving me the floor. I would also like to thank our hosts, the Government of India, for their gracious hospitality and support to the manifesting of this meeting. Thank you. While new and emerging technologies, particularly information and communication technologies, or ICT, such as the internet, social media platforms, and other communications applications, are primarily used for social communication, digital commerce, and informational purposes by the general population, they have also become a favorite tool for terrorist and violent extremist actors. The Security Council has focused attention on countering the exploitation of ICT for terrorist purposes for over 20 years and has adopted 15 counterterrorism related resolutions and 4 policy documents on the matter. In Resolution 2617 of December 2021, the Security Council recognizes CTED's work on countering the use of ICT and other emerging technologies for terrorist purposes. During a series of technical sessions held on 30 September and 3 October 2022, CTED invited over 40 speakers from among its counterparts and partners to share their research, activities, and thoughts on terrorist exploitation of ICT and emerging technologies. Over those 2 days, participants outlined the evolving threat of terrorist and violent extremist exploitation of ICT, especially the internet and social media platforms, but also other new and emerging online spaces for terrorist purposes. Speakers noted that the exploitation of ICT is certain to evolve and grow in step with the trajectories of technological development and user uptake. Terrorists and violent extremists already make use of gray area content, terrorist-specific online publications and videos, gaming platforms and related chat rooms, and largely unmoderated live audio feeds. Terrorists and violent extremists operating online will continue their use of unmoderated alternative platforms, increasingly diversify and decentralize their activities, and expand their use of new technologies, for example, cloud-based archiving services. As virtual reality technologies and the metaverse develop and attract users, they too are likely to become tools for the spread of terrorist propaganda and other exploitative actions. Participants in these meetings also discussed the opportunities offered by new technologies and other operational methods to enhance the technical sectors and states' capabilities to effectively moderate terrorist and violent extremist content online. 3 areas where technical solutions to include artificial intelligence and algorithmic machine learning show great promise are in detecting extremist-affiliated accounts online, inoculating populations against terrorist propaganda, and measuring the effectiveness of influencing campaigns, including counter-terrorist narratives. Participants additionally discussed how stakeholders could enhance their legal, policy, and operational frameworks to better position themselves now to address the predicted online terrorist threat landscape of the future. A number of observations and suggestions emerged from these discussions, of which I would like to highlight a few. And these include the need for stakeholders to better define what is meant by the term online content, because content is far broader than videos and text posts. Stakeholders need to increase efforts to address a wide range of abuse of online spaces, including by augmenting machine learning techniques and data sets, increasing the speed for terrorist content removal, and developing the capacity of smaller and newer platforms. Efforts should also be made to develop tools and capabilities for the removal of websites operated by terrorists, as well as to track terrorist activity across tech platforms. Stakeholders need to fund the development of new tools and methods to identify and credibly counter extremist content as the transition to decentralized communications and new social media technology accelerates. Develop content moderation strategies to respond to terrorist evasion of moderation techniques and exploitation of gray area content. Strategies should effectively limit the posting and dissemination of terrorist material, while also enabling wide content accessibility and minimizing censorship and the risk of abuse. Member states, tech sector actors, civil society, all need to form stronger and new, if needed, public-private partnerships to ensure they benefit from the technological expertise available among private sector entities and the societal outreach capabilities of their local civil society actors. They also need to place human rights, gender-related considerations, and fundamental freedoms at the core of all efforts to counter terrorist misuse of ICT platforms, including through conducting human rights impact assessments and ensuring transparency in establishing the criteria for designating groups and individuals as terrorists. It was also suggested that stakeholders collectively discuss what guidelines for the responsible use of artificial intelligence, algorithms, and strategic communications might look like. CTED stands ready to continue its efforts to support member states and the Counter-Terrorism Committee in their work to counter terrorist exploitation of ICT. I thank you, and I do hope that the conversations that are coming up next from the speakers in the panel will further round out the comments that I've made and give far more detail from their own expertise, experiences, and knowledge. Madam Chair, I return the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer, for your statement and for your overview. I will now give the floor to Ms. Antonia Marie de Mello, Director, the United Nations Interregional Crime and Justice Research Institute. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to join you today on behalf of UNICRI, the UN Research and Training Institute for Criminal Justice and Crime Prevention. I'd like to join the expressions of appreciation to our gracious host, the Government of India, and to all my co-speakers. I was honored to accept this invitation because I too have been touched by the horrors of terrorism. I was working in Libya in August 2019 when terrorists attacked a shopping mall in Benghazi the day before Eid. Many Libyans were killed or injured, and the United Nations lost 3 staff members on official business. One of my staff was severely injured. I held his mother's hand in the hospital as she begged me not to let her son die. Like the victims of the Mumbai attacks who spoke so eloquently yesterday, he survived with much pain. Yet 3 years later, we are still pursuing his rights and entitlements. I challenge all leaders to prioritize in very concrete and practical terms the protection and care of victims of terrorism on our teams, in our communities, and beyond, because indeed, terrorism knows no boundaries and we must do our utmost for its victims. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to turn to the topic of our briefing. Related to ICT, UNICRI's work focuses on identifying and analyzing the impact of technology on trends and patterns in crime, including terrorism, and exploring the opportunities that technology presents for law enforcement and counterterrorism actors. In 2019, we established the Center for Artificial Intelligence in The Hague, which strives to analyze precisely these challenges and opportunities in the context of AI. Together with UNOCT, we have looked extensively at trends and developments in cybercrime, extrapolating potential malicious uses of AI for terrorist purposes, from the use of AI to enhance cyber attack capabilities to targeted drone swarm attacks employing facial recognition technology. In our report, Algorithms and Terrorism, we observe that terrorist organizations have tended to use various forms of low-tech terrorism, such as firearms and vehicles. We also identify an important distinction between the use and abuse of AI. Abuse concerns attacks directed at the functionality of AI. As AI is increasingly integrated into how our world works, we must remain conscious of the potential new threat scenarios in which AI systems themselves become the targets. Our report concludes that the current capability of groups such as Daesh to effectively employ AI is unlikely, but as AI becomes more widespread and the barriers to entry lower, the risks increase. In this context, a crime as a service model through which terrorist groups and individuals seek services offered by cyber criminals on the dark web is relevant. This model may enable terrorists to launch more technologically advanced cyber attacks. I'm pleased to share that UNICRI is launching an exercise to analyze examples of the crime as a service model in the context of cyber-enabled terrorism, with a view to developing case studies that can support cybercrime investigations. UNICRI has also been monitoring the impact of technology in the area of weapons of mass destruction terrorism. In 2021, in cooperation with UNOCT, UNICRI published a report that elaborates upon possible risks associated with the malicious use of science and technology to develop and deploy weapons of mass destruction. It also identifies scientific and technological solutions to prevent and combat WMD terrorism. Another area of interest is virtual reality, social gaming platforms, and the concept popularly referred to as the metaverse. UNICRI is launching new research which aims to elaborate a model for what crime looks like in the virtual environment of the metaverse. One key focus will be the potential use of the metaverse by terrorists to spread propaganda, communicate and fund terrorist operations, and coordinate attacks both on and offline. The misuse of ICT to spread conspiracy theories and disinformation is another priority area because these acts are often linked to hatred and racism, xenophobia, Islamophobia, and anti-Semitism. Our study, Stop the Virus of Disinformation, identifies examples by both Daesh and Al-Qaeda of the malicious use of social media. Ladies and gentlemen, the possible use of new and emerging technologies for terrorist purposes must be accepted as reality. It is vital that we strive to stay ahead of the curve, We already need to understand the potential misuses of new and emerging technologies and identify gaps in legal frameworks or governance systems so that we can better facilitate investigations and prosecutions and hold criminals and terrorists accountable for malicious use of these technologies. At UNICRI, we stand ready to share our specialized expertise and to support the CTC to build knowledge and understanding of the malicious use of social media and technology for terrorist purposes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. De Meo, for your statement and for presenting the crucial research undertaken by UNICRI on terrorist use of emerging technologies. In giving the floor to our next speaker, Dr. Erin Saltman, may I remind all delegates that we may kindly restrict our statements to no more than 5 minutes, please. I will give the floor now to Dr. Saltman, Interim Executive Director and Director of Programming, Global Internet Forum to Counter-Terrorism. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the Counter-Terrorism Committee and the UN Counter-Terrorism Executive Directorate for this convening and for giving the Global Internet Forum to Counter-Terrorism the opportunity to give remarks. GIFCT's mission is to prevent terrorists and violent extremists from exploiting digital platforms while respecting human rights. Looking specifically at efforts to combat terrorist and terrorist use of the internet, we've come a long way in the last 10 years, which we shouldn't discount. However, between the diversification of platform usage and the diversification of terrorist and violent extremist groups, we need to understand the roles that each of our sectors, government, tech companies, and civil society have to play in order to effectively counter the threat. Online terrorist and violent extremists are cross-platform and transnational by nature. Each of us in this room and abroad have multiple apps on our phones or laptops allowing us to operate quickly, globally, and with little to no cost. And bad actors are no different. GIFCT was founded in 2017 by tech companies, for tech companies, to provide a space for these companies to partner with each other and other sectors to better understand online exploitation and to co-develop solutions. In the aftermath of the white supremacy terrorist attacks in Christchurch, New Zealand in 2019, companies realized that GIFCT would need to transform into an independent NGO with full-time staff in order to grow these efforts properly. This cannot be done through tech working in isolation. GIFCT was founded with a multi-stakeholder approach to its governance and its work. We've had an independent advisory committee made up of international bodies that include UN CTED and the European Commission, as well as states such as the US, France, Ghana, the UK, Japan, and Canada, and expert civil society representatives, including human rights representatives within this group. What do we need to do to stay ahead of this threat? First, we need to continue to share knowledge between sectors and grow these efforts globally. The signal that is being seen by law enforcement is different from the signal seen by a tech company, safety investigator, or by a practitioner or researcher on the ground. GIFCT hosts regional workshops with our partners at Tech Against Terrorism, most recently, for example, in Ghana, in close alignment with the Cyber Security Authority there, and brought together participants from across West Africa in order to share knowledge. We annually convene working groups with participants across sectors to tackle concrete issues and co-develop output on topics such as crisis response, transparency approaches, safety by design, and strategic interventions. This year's groups included 175 plus participants from 35 different countries co-developing outputs. Second, we must continue supporting and growing action-oriented feedback from international researchers for tech companies. GIFCT funds the Global Network on Extremism and Technology to ensure that global experts can produce short, quippy insights for tech companies and wider public consumption. More than 245 experts from 25 plus countries have so far contributed trend analysis on everything from ISIS trends in sub-Saharan Africa to how decentralized web services are affecting content moderation. This is the context that tech companies need in order to apply their policies or take actions when they find signal from terrorist or violent extremist actors. Third, we really need to enhance cross-platform tech solutions while respecting human rights. GIFCT manages a hash-sharing database of terrorist and violent extremist content. That database started with content related to entities on the UN Consolidated Sanctions list. This is a point of common ground that most tech companies can agree on, but as noted by other speakers, there's not wide agreement on definitions or lists around terrorist entities. we had to expand beyond just a list-based approach to look at how terrorist behaviors operate online. So this has now expanded for things such as perpetrator-produced content related to mass violent attacks, and now we've begun added hashes of attacker manifestos, including the recent manifesto associated with the Bratislava terrorist attack. Lastly, we need protocols that guide our work with tech platforms to respond when offline attacks include online aspects such as a live stream or manifesto. GIFCT manages a set of incident response protocols to communicate and inform our members when there are online perpetrator elements related to offline real-world incidents that enable platforms to act sooner and, where appropriate, hash content associated with those incidents. I will conclude by saying that we all have a part to play. Governments and policymakers should consider a wider range of tech platforms when building legislation for the online space and look to support those committed to our mission. Smaller companies struggle to understand the trends they see and need support to develop solutions. Fundamental and universal human rights must be considered at every level of countering terrorism online. Baseline understandings of protections for user privacy, safety, and online speech is not an agreed-upon space by governments. Relying solely on content removal will continue to target a symptom, but not the causes of radicalization. In order to be truly effective, a better cross-industry effort for strategic interventions and counter-narrative approaches also needs to be systematized. We must work together across sectors. GIFCT is grateful to have bodies like CTED on its Independent Advisory Council. We're lucky to have partners like Tech Against Terrorism and to be active founders and advisors in the Extremism and Gaming Research Network, as well as the Accelerationism Research Consortium. It's by bringing these efforts together that we can stay ahead of the threat and evolve the sectors. Madam Chair, I return the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thank Dr. Salton for her statement and highlighting the work of the GIFCT to prevent terrorists and violent extremists from exploiting digital platforms. I will now give the floor to Mr. Adam Hadley, Director, Tech Against Terrorism. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the Government of India, the Counter-Terrorism Committee, and of course CTED for the invitation to attend today. Tech Against Terrorism, much of our work is behind the scenes, so it is a privilege to have this opportunity to explain more about our work. We are an independent public-private partnership focused on countering the operational use of internet technology by terrorists. This includes capacity building with tech platforms, big and small, enhancing emerging norms, content takedowns, and developing technology, all whilst respecting human rights and upholding the rule of law. Our work has been referenced in PRST 6 in April 2017, and of course UN Security Council Resolution 2354. We have a dual focus. Firstly, we work with smaller platforms most in need of support. Also, we work to influence large platforms to improve their response to terrorist use of their services. And we operate in a broad ecosystem of platforms. It's not just social media, but also end-to-end encryption, messaging apps, VPNs, web hosting, and so on. What we do in detail, so the bedrock of our work is focused on open source intelligence and monitoring around 200 platforms covering more than 50 designated terrorist organizations for the sharing of content. This includes online crisis response, working in partnership with the GIFCT, Europol, a number of governments, and also carrying out various operations which recently have led to the arrests of terrorists in Hungary, for example, and the removal of millions of dollars of crypto assets from US-sanctioned PMCs. We also operate the Terrorist Content Analytics platform, which is a platform, the first of its kind, that reports content to smaller platforms. And so far, more than 30,000 unique pieces of content shared on smaller platforms has been alerted. Fundamentally, we focus on proactive outreach to the tech sector. We look at smaller platforms. We try and understand where the threat will come next. And the important point to stress here is that while it's right and proper that discussion is focused on the large platforms, in reality terrorists often use the smallest platforms first, and it's often easier to take down content in that context. We also provide regulatory advice to tech companies, and we have significant investment in technical approaches. For example, as I was saying, the Terrorist Content Analytics platform. In terms of emerging trends, what we're seeing overall is that there's a constantly evolving adversarial shift. Terrorists are sophisticated in their use of the internet, and as one platform responds, terrorists will respond in kind, either by changing their TTPs or moving platforms. Having said this, there are continued attempts to use big tech by terrorist groups, including outlinking to smaller platforms and producing ever more obscure content that often pretends to be news material. There is also a gradual movement, although I stress a gradual movement towards decentralized technologies and more niche platforms. However, the biggest concern we have is what we term terrorist-operated websites. There are hundreds of websites operated by designated terrorist organizations that are easily accessible, and between them have terabytes of material on there. But unfortunately, these sites stay online for a very long time for reasons we're not really sure. In terms of the violent far right, there's increased use of video sharing platforms, manifestos and small file sharing sites, and also the emergence of private military contractors referencing extreme far right ideology. Where violent Islamist is concerned, broadly there's a fairly stable use of technology. However, there's increased experimentation on decentralized services. So there are a number of key areas of concern that I'd like to reference now. First and foremost, it's important to stress that whilst it's critical to focus on emerging technology, AI, and so on, the battle has not yet been won where obvious terrorist activity is concerned. Terrorists are still extraordinarily adept at posting material on large platforms and small platforms, and there's more to be done. Secondly, the disruption of activity on platforms is pushing activity into further, deeper, darker parts of the internet, which will necessitate increased cooperation between governments and platforms, and therefore we believe public-private partnerships will be paramount in ensuring success in this increasingly murky and complex area. There are also significant gaps in terms of crisis response. We commend the GIFCT, Europol, and others for their crisis protocols. However, there are gaps, namely small platforms often aren't in scope. For example, the recent attack in Udaipur, there were hundreds of examples of videos of that event shared on smaller platforms, and this was largely unaddressed. Finally, we're concerned about increased fragmentation of global regulatory response. It's obviously great that governments are beginning to think about regulation of the online sphere. However, there's very little harmony or consensus, which means that tech companies, big and small, are often confused about what they should and shouldn't do. And it makes it extraordinarily difficult for tech platforms to uphold the rule of law, given how confusing it can be. So in terms of next steps to tech against terrorism, we are pleased to be continuing our main efforts, which is mentorship of tech platforms in partnership with the GIFCT, and we'll also be starting a new phase of development of the terrorist content analytics platform funded by the Government of Canada. This will focus on archiving terrorist material in real time, alerting this material to smaller platforms, providing 24/7-hour threat monitoring, and also developing a number of practical tools that can be used by small platforms. The point to stress with small platforms is this is typically where terrorist activity first emerges. So if we can stop it at that point, hopefully we can prevent it spreading further. In terms of upcoming events, the week after next, we are pleased to be working with the Commonwealth Secretariat. We'll be running a number of workshops. We'll be launching our designation report in London in December. And next year, we'll be pleased to be running a number of global workshops, for example, in Singapore, and a number of end-to-end encryption events. For more information, please check out our website at techagainstterrorism.org. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hadley, for your statement and for bringing the perspective of smaller technology companies and platforms to the conversation. I will now give the floor to Dr. Nawab Osman, Head of Counter-Terrorism and Dangerous Organizations, Asia Pacific Meta. May I request Dr. Osman and other speakers to kindly restrict their comments to 5 minutes, please, in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the Government of India and CTED for the invitation for Meta to represent, for us to speak to basically the way our approach to countering terrorism. And here I want to emphasize on sort of the three areas in which we focus our effort at countering terrorism. The first is around policy. Now, at the policy level, we enforce on content. under our community standards within the dangerous organizations and individuals policy. We make it very clear within this content framework that we don't allow any terrorist organization, hate organization, and criminal organization to use our platform to represent or to substance, or for that matter, for people or anyone to support these organizations, but also to praise these organizations. Now, how do we define a terrorist organization? And this is perhaps something controversial because there's perhaps no one single definition to what a terrorist organization is. After consulting with experts within the company, but also externally within academia, government, civil society, we developed a framework to define terrorist organization as any non-state actor that engages in, advocates or lends substantial support to purposive and planned acts of violence with the attempt to cause death, injury, or serious harm to civilians or any other person not directly taking part in hostilities, with the aim to coerce, intimidate, and to influence the civilian population, government, or international organization to achieve a political, religious, or ideological aim. Equally important for us is the area of organized hate, which from our perspective represents another form of terrorism. I think more often than not, in terms of how we've been approaching terrorism, or rather far-right extremism, we have not perhaps taken the issue of far-right extremism in quite the same weight as we enforce on perhaps or deal with the issues around terrorism. And in many ways, for us, there's no difference. We enforce exactly in the same way as we do, regardless of whether the threat is, from Islamist extremism, from far-right groups, and so on. Now, in the last, so we proactively also provide a quarterly report on how we have enforced on content. This is available on our online. And in the last quarterly report, we proactively enforced on 99% of terrorist content, 97% of organized hate on Facebook. And on Instagram, we proactively removed 93.3% of terrorist content and 87.6% of organized hate content. Now, beyond policy, I think it's important for us that at the enforcement level that we are using a number of tools to ensure that these policies are put in place. Here, we combine reports from our community and users, which is then reviewed by our teams, and also technology to identify review content against our standards. Finding violations of community standards takes a coordinated effort. Users can report any of this content to our team, and in some cases, prevent it from being shared in the first place. Increasingly, we also use artificial intelligence and machine learning to proactively detect bad content before anyone reports it, and sometimes before people even see it. The range of content that AI enforce includes photo and video matching, detecting recidivism, audio detection, language processing, and other ways. We have also invested in human reviewers. We have about 40,000 people working in the larger trust and safety space, as well as 15,000 reviewers with language expertise, across the world. Within certain countries like India, for example, we have language expertise in a number of different languages. The third dimension of our approach is around programs. I think we understand that the threat of terrorism is not one that we, the terrorist use of our platform is not one that we alone can deal with. And the programs is an important part of how, we basically seek to counter terrorism. How do we divide our programs? We have 3 buckets, including online intervention, another bucket which talks about that deals with protecting voices and empowering civil society organizations, and strategic partnership. Our key program within the online intervention bucket is the Search Redirect program, which we currently have live in the United States, United Kingdom, Germany, Pakistan, Indonesia, and Australia. When people search for certain terms that are associated with extremism or hate in any of these markets, and this is co-developed with our market experts based on data that we see people who tend to stray towards extremism might search for. And We basically then use this, the redirect, and there's an interstitial that pops out where a user is given an option to basically learn more and click through to the resources of our civil society partners. In terms of the work around empowering civil society organizations, we run 2 programs in the Asia Pacific and Sub-Saharan African region to counter extremism and hate by empowering civil society organizations around campaign strategy, digital marketing skills through a number of workshops that we run across both regions. And a number of these organizations are then given grants to create content and to basically run these campaigns, their campaigns on our platform. Close to 100 organizations across South, Southeast, and Central Asia have gone through this training. In SSA, we have trained about 80 organizations across about 20 countries. Another program that we recently rolled out is called the Cerita Jami program, which is centered around the use of storytelling in peace building to deal with root causes that contribute to issues around terrorism, as well as ethnic, language, religious cleavages. In this program, we've rolled it out in Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Ethiopia, and Cameroon. At the strategic partnership level, we have partnership with the Commonwealth. We have the workshop next month, next week actually, that we're doing with them, which basically seeks to explain better to government stakeholders how we're enforcing on content. And also academia through support that we have through the Courage Against Hate project, where we fund projects or research by civil society organizations as well as academics to better understand the landscape of terrorism and hate. I want to conclude by emphasizing that the challenge of terrorism on our platform is a joint effort that needs basically the cooperation between us, the private sector, governments, international organizations, civil society organizations, and users. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Osman, for your statement, highlighting the work undertaken by Meta to prevent terrorist exploitation of its various platforms. I will now give the floor to Ms. Tuhina Joshi, Senior Analyst, Government Affairs and Public Policy, Google India. Madam, you have the floor, and may I request you to restrict your remarks to 5 minutes only. Thank you.
Thank you and good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, my distinguished delegates. Thank you for inviting us to attend this important meeting of the United Nations Security Council Counter-Terrorism Committee. At the outset, I'd like to emphasize Google and YouTube's commitment to preventing terrorists and violent extremists from exploiting our products and services. As evidenced by the submissions thus far, it's a large and dynamic challenge that can only be accomplished via a multi-stakeholder approach. Just last month, Google executives, including our President of Global Affairs, joined the Christchurch Call Leaders Summit on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly. Efforts such as this special meeting, the Christchurch Call, and the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism are all key to our shared goal of countering the use of technology for terrorist purposes. Over the next few minutes, I'll share a high-level overview of how we work to prevent societal and user harm, including harms associated with terrorist and violent extremist content. I'll then turn the mic over to my colleague, Meera Chat, who leads our YouTube Government Affairs team. Our mission at Google is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. Core to this mission is a focus on the relevance and quality of the information that we present to our users in different ways across our products and services. We use 4 complementary levers, which we call the 4 R's, to support information quality and to moderate our content. When used together, these pillars have enabled us to make substantial progress in tackling harmful content, including terrorist and violent extremist content. Under the 4R approach, we remove content that violates our policies as quickly as possible. We raise up authoritative sources when people are looking for news and information. We reduce the spread of potentially harmful misinformation, and we reward reliable quality creators and publishers with monetization options. Our terms of service prohibit using any of our products or services to store or share terrorist content. Our teams work diligently to identify, remove, and report this content using a combination of industry-leading automated mechanisms and specially trained human reviewers. If a violent group is not designated as a terrorist organization, our content policies nevertheless still prohibit hate speech, gratuitous violence, incitement to violence, and other forms of intimidation. We have made significant investments in machine technology and human resources. We've brought to 20,000 the number of people across Google working to tackle abuse, including engineers, reviewers, and subject matter experts. Our review teams are located in countries around the world. They're fluent in multiple languages, and they carefully evaluate flags 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Our recommendation systems amplify authoritative, reliable sources of information and limit the reach of borderline content and harmful misinformation that brushes up against the policy line but does not cross it. For example, on search, our ranking algorithms look for signals that indicate the expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness of every piece of content so that the best results for the user are at the top every single time. To ensure that our search algorithms meet the high standards of relevance, authoritativeness, and quality, we have a rigorous process that involves both live tests and thousands of trained external search quality raters from around the world. As for reduction of misinformation and bad content, we've set a very high bar for amplifying content on our platforms. While every piece of content that is available on our services should be discoverable for users who are actively looking for it, not all content is appropriate to recommend to each user. And that is why our systems and policies seek to ensure that we do not proactively expose users to content that is potentially harmful. We've also set a particularly high bar for information quality on services that involve advertising and content moderation, which includes Google Ads and Google AdSense. We have no desire to derive revenue for ourselves or for any other business from harmful content or behaviors. In addition, given that many bad actors seek to make money by spreading harmful content, raising the bar for monetization can also disincentivize them from misusing our services. As an example, in our 2021 ads safety report, we stopped over 3.4 billion ads and blocked or restricted ads from serving on 1.7 billion publisher pages over the course of that year. I'd now like to turn it over to my colleague Meera, who will share more about YouTube's efforts in the space, including our collaboration across industry to combat terrorist content online. Thank you.
I give the floor to Ms. Meera Chart, Head of Government Affairs and Public Policy, YouTube India. Thank you, Ms. Joshi, for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you to Hina, and thank you to the UN Counter-Terrorism Committee and Government of India for organizing and hosting this important event and its critical consideration of terrorist exploitation of ICT. At YouTube, our mission is to give everyone a voice and show them the world. Every day we build and improve tools that empower creators, viewers, and businesses to find and share information like never before. Billions of people come to YouTube every day to enjoy videos and music, upload original content, and learn new skills. Our work creates new economic opportunities for artists, creators, journalists, and small businesses to share their creativity and products across the globe. Openness has therefore always been one of our guiding principles. But our commitment to openness works hand in hand with our responsibility to protect our viewers, creators, and partners from harmful content. Responsibility is our top priority at YouTube and informs every product and policy decision we make. As part of the 4 R's approach Hina outlined, we continuously work to improve our efforts to detect and remove content that violates our community guidelines. This includes violent extremist and terrorist content that is prohibited on YouTube. We rely on a combination of technology and people to detect and enforce our policies on a global scale. Our automated detection systems are an area of significant investment for us, and our engineering teams continuously evaluate their efficacy and make improvements. These systems help our human review teams remove content at scale with the speed and volume that could not be achieved with people alone. We're proud of the advancements that we have made in our enforcement efforts as a result. Between April and June this year, YouTube removed over 4.5 million videos for violating our community guidelines. 93% of those videos were first flagged by machines rather than humans. And of those detected by machines, 32% never received a single view. Another 36% received only between 1 and 10 views. In the same time period, we removed nearly 73,000 videos for violating our policies against violent extremism in particular, along with more than 145,000 videos for violating hate speech policies. In addition to removing violative content, we track the percentage of views on YouTube that come from this content. We refer to this metric as the violative view rate, or VVR. In the first quarter of 2022, the VVR was 0.09 to 0.11%. In other words, for every 10,000 views on YouTube, only 9 to 11 went to content that proved to be violative. And in order to hold ourselves accountable to our users and public at large, we publish quarterly community guidelines enforcement reports that provide data on the VVR and on our enforcement across YouTube. And as we discussed this morning, thank you, Dr. Saltman, we also collaborate across the industry to combat terrorist and violent extremist content on the internet. YouTube is a proud and founding member of the GIFCT along with Meta, Microsoft, and Twitter. And although our companies had been sharing best practices around counterterrorism for several years, the GIFCT provided a more formal structure to accelerate and strengthen that work and present a united front against the online dissemination of terrorist content. As Dr. Saltman noted, the founding companies retain a seat on the governing board, and YouTube is the chair for 2022. GIFCT has a content incident framework for member companies to respond efficiently to perpetrator-created content after a violent attack, and that enables us to respond efficiently. The crisis response process has proven invaluable to industry stakeholders to respond, including an attack in Udaipur, India in June this year. We also continue to invest in a network of over 300 government partners and NGOs who bring valuable expertise to our enforcement systems, including through YouTube's Trusted Flagger program. In the context of violent extremism, this includes the International Center for the Study of Radicalization at King's College London, the Institute for Strategic Dialogue, the Wahid Institute in Indonesia, and government agencies focused on counterterrorism. Participants in the Trusted Flagger program receive special training in enforcing YouTube's community guidelines, and because their flags have a higher action rate than the average user, we prioritize them for review. Participants of the Trusted Flagger program have a direct line of communication with our trust and safety teams internally for quicker issue resolutions. Thank you once again for convening this important meeting. Responsibility is and will continue to be our #1 priority at YouTube, and we look forward to working together to combat this challenge. Thank you.
I thank Ms. Sharp for her statement and for raising these matters from the perspective of the tech sector. I will now give the floor to Mr. Galen Lamper Englund, co-founder and convener, Extremism and Gaming Research Network. Sir, you have the floor.
Good day, esteemed delegates, excellencies, and colleagues. Thank you to our hosts in the Government of India, along with the UN Counter-Terrorism Committee and CTED, for the opportunity to brief you on the critical issue of online gaming, radicalization, and extremism. I represent the Extremism and Gaming Research Network, the EGRN, which brings together over 50 globally leading counter-extremism organizations such as RUSI, GIFCT, ISD, UNOCT, Moonshot, and Tech Against Terrorism, along with the private sector, academia, and governments to develop insights and solutions for the exploitation of online gaming by violent extremist organizations. To contextualize the current environment, I'd like to share a few statistics. Gaming is big business. Above music, film, and TV, it is the most profitable and expansive entertainment sector. Revenues for this year alone are estimated to be in the area of $197 billion USD. It's also not niche. While their level of commitment to gaming varies, nearly 3 billion people, or around 1 in 4 humans, are now gamers. Nearly half are women. And again, half those gamers are found in the Asia-Pacific region, while the fastest growing audiences are in the Middle East, Africa, and Latin America. COVID-19 led to a surge in online gaming and became a lifeline for many during isolation. For those, there's no longer an online and an offline world. For them, it's simply the world. Games are also far more than entertainment. Games and the platforms around them, like live streaming and messaging apps, are social spaces. And they show us how virtual worlds, like this often heralded metaverse or the metaverse is, can come into form. The metaverse already exists in various gaming platforms. So attempts at safety by design for those platforms will inform the future security of the metaverses to come. To debunk a common myth, depictions of violence in games have not been definitively shown to be connected to offline violent behavior. However, the connectivity on gaming platforms brings risks for other social harms, including the exploitation of these platforms by violent extremist and terrorist actors. What brings me here today is that we have seen gaming platforms exploited by the far right in the US and Europe
Hezbollah and Daesh affiliates and recruiters in the Philippines, Indonesia, and across MENA, and other violent extremist organizations globally. The ADL, for example, found that 10% of gamers in the US have been exposed to white supremacist and far-right ideologies in online multiplayer games. Now, when I say gaming platforms, I mean games themselves, I mean multiplayer chats and communication capacities in-game, and I mean the wider gamer-targeted platforms that allow for games and item purchases, live streaming, audio chats, and social interaction. We see 5 areas of concern. Firstly, the making of bespoke video games and modifications to existing games. These include Daesh making their own first-person shooters, anti-Semitic far-right groups making playable models of synagogue shootings, and neo-Nazi groups launching ethnic cleansing strategy games. These also include serious games that can be used for training. Secondly, gamifying recruitment and radicalization approaches by using game-like elements like leaderboards or infusing propaganda with gaming features that call on pop cultural appeal. We see first-person shooter helmet cam footage that we've seen from Christchurch to Halle to Buffalo and beyond. Third, using in-game, often under or unmoderated chat and game design functions to communicate. Through this, extremist groups directly approach and groom users, including, on occasion, members of the security services, through a range of targeted humor, mimetic warfare or propaganda, and off-platform outlinks to more encrypted and secure platforms and services. 4, we see the use of social spaces popular with gamers, including gaming servers, specific areas in games like Roblox and Minecraft, and live streaming sites as communication platforms to reach and deliver key narratives to audiences that recruiters and extremist groups are trying to reach. 5th, and lastly, there appears to be the potential to finance extremist and terrorist activities through microtransactions of difficult-to-trace items like virtual coins, game key tokens in games, and sold through third-party markets. Loot boxes, NFTs, and cryptocurrency donations to live streamers should also be of concern. These uses can be explained broadly in 2 ways: strategic by VEOs as well as organic. Now, despite these concerns, we fundamentally see games as a source of resilience, joy, and community for billions. We are proud to work alongside the tech industry, with platforms, academia, and government to try and build more resilient and inclusive gamer communities. I would like to conclude by giving a quick overview of opportunities for policymakers and practitioners based on my colleagues and mine's interventions. We recommend pushing for more research to understand the depth and breadth of these concerns globally, which we are attempting to do through the EJRM, but we need more assistance to make sure we understand the underlying factors of resilience among gamers. Secondly, providing funding for training and guidance, such as mental health interventions in gaming spaces, along with better training for law enforcement, educators, and parents alike. Thirdly, improving sensible platform policies, including those aimed at building inclusive community behaviors and norms, while learning best practices from the games that are already doing so. And lastly, we recommend facilitating positive interventions, leveraging gaming for pro-social, inclusive ends. We have fascinating case studies of this that I would love to share with you, but I need to yield my time. So, I would say that this entirely massive audience, 1 in 4 people globally, deserves greater recognition, protection, and resources to keep games as they should be: fun, inclusive, community-building opportunities to make the world a little bit better, both online and off. At the EGRN, as a gamer myself, we're helping to do so whilst preventing violent extremist exploitation of these spaces. We stand ready to provide additional information, briefings, and solutions for those interested. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Englund, for your statement and for presenting the research and insights of the Extremism and Gaming Research Network on terrorist use of gaming platforms and other virtual spaces. I will now give the floor to Mr. Priyank Mathur, Chief Executive Officer, Mythos Labs. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Excellencies and distinguished guests. I'd like to thank the Government of India and UN CTED for their warm hospitality today. My organization, Mythos Labs, uses media and technology to combat violent extremism, misinformation, and online harm. We're privileged to have conducted counterterrorism programs around the world, funded by many of the governments and UN agencies represented here in this room. Today, I'd like to draw your attention to the threats posed by terrorist exploitation of two new technologies, AI-based content generation and the decentralized metaverse. Vladimir Lenin once said, "There are decades when nothing happens, and there are weeks when decades happen." Well, in the world of artificial intelligence, the last few weeks have seen decades of progress. Today, anybody with an internet connection can access commercially available powerful AI language models like GPT-3 in order to instantly generate human-like text in any language, on any platform, and on any topic. If that sounds hard to believe, you may be surprised to know that the last few sentences I just read out, beginning with the Vladimir Lenin quote, were not written by me or by any other human. They were written by AI. Terrorists can use these powerful AI models to generate endless amounts of persuasive propaganda. And though the main models like GPT-3 do have safety measures in place to try and prevent that, copycat models of tomorrow may not. While AI-based content generation could arm terrorists with an ability to create propaganda, the decentralized metaverse offers them new ways to use it. In a virtual metaverse where people interact through avatars that can move in 3 dimensions, see, hear, touch, and even smell their surroundings, terrorist propaganda can take any number of forms beyond the traditional text, image, and video of today. And in such an unregulated and highly interactive environment, terrorists could find new ways to not only meet and coordinate with one another, but to radicalize and recruit others as well. So what do we do about it? How do we fight back? Firstly, we must build media and information literacy. Content moderation is important, but it's not enough. Instead of pretending like we can remove all terrorist propaganda, we should build the public's resilience to it, teaching people how to identify, how to report, and how to defend against extremist propaganda reduces radicalization. I recently met a young woman in East Java, Indonesia. She had joined ISIS as a teenager. She flew all the way to Syria, and she told me she got radicalized by a recruiter on Facebook who used to send her 15, 20 Facebook messages every hour until she finally responded, thinking that's the only way to get him to stop. I asked her, I said, "Why didn't you just block him?" And she says, "What's blocking?" If somebody had taught her how to block a Facebook user, basic media literacy, maybe she wouldn't have joined ISIS. That's why, and also there's a real appetite for media literacy among populations. I know that because last year, right here in India, Mythos Labs created Smile, the social media and internet literacy e-module that teaches young internet users how to protect themselves online. Smile has an edutainment approach. It features several videos starring a local influencer explaining concepts in a fun but informative manner. And each video is followed by a quiz. Now, this edutainment-based approach to media literacy seems to have resonated with young people. Smile has been incorporated into the curricula of 35 schools across the country. It's been taken by tens of thousands of students, and we're expanding it to other countries across Asia, Africa, and Europe. Secondly, we must counter viral lies with viral truths by creating the kind of counter-messaging and inoculation content that young people actually want to watch. Young people today have access to an unlimited amount of entertaining and free content right here on their phones. So why would they ever choose to watch something that's not entertaining? That's why at Mythos Labs, we partner with comedians to create humor-based campaigns that debunk terrorist narratives. As the great comedian George Bernard Shaw once said, "If you want to tell people the truth, make them laugh. Otherwise, they'll kill you." In conclusion, while the challenges of terrorist exploitation of new technologies like the metaverse or AI-based content generation may seem very daunting, if we recognize and act on them now, we still have time to get ahead of them and to ensure a safer tomorrow. Thank you all very much.
I thank Mr. Mathur for his statement and for presenting on the innovative research and work being done to counter violent extremism and to prevent recruitment to terrorism online. Thank you very much for that. I will now give the floor to Dr. Christina Shori Liang, Resolve Network Research Advisory Council and Head of Terrorism and Preventing Violent Extremism at the Geneva Center for Security Policy. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning. Bonjour. I am thrilled to be here at this excellent conference, and I would like to thank the UN Security Council Counter-Terrorism Committee for inviting me, and also for the generous and warm welcome of the Indian government. Today, we are witnessing a democratization of new and emerging technologies. Never in history have violent non-state actors been so resourceful, rich, dynamic, and technologically savvy. There are 4 reasons for this. The first is that in the past, advanced technologies were only in the hands of a few. Today, 2/3 of the world hold in their hand a smartphone, which is millions times more powerful than the Apollo 11 guidance computers that sent man to the moon in 1969. Second, new technologies have dramatically expanded terrorist groups' global reach. With the internet and social media, terrorists have the access to the eyes and neurons of a large part of humanity. The third reason is that terrorists now have access to technological tools that were solely in the hands of militaries. Many of the technologies that exist today are dual-use technologies that can be utilized for both peaceful purposes and military goals. Fourth, terrorists can capitalize on new tech because we are experiencing an open revolution where emerging technologies are accessible to the entire public. Today, terrorists not only can buy and use new technologies, but they can also tinker with them and distribute them to community labs like hacker spaces and share lessons learned. The fact that we now have entered a stage of unprecedented open innovation could potentially undermine and weaken the Westphalian system of states and change the very nature of warfare. In the past, terrorist groups have for more than a century stuck to 2 disruptive technologies. First dynamite, and then the Kalashnikov assault weapon, which gave them incredible power. Terrorists today have been interested in obtaining and mastering innovative and powerful weapons. As in the past, new technologies were rapidly adopted and adapted by violent non-state actors when they were accessible, cheap, simple to use, transportable, concealable, and effective. In 1991, the US National Academy of Sciences made the now famous prediction that tomorrow's terrorists may be able to do more harm with a keyboard than with a bomb. The internet and social media has become the dynamite of our generation. Daesh continues to improve upon its virtual propaganda, and it has personalized its recruitment. With do-it-yourself manuals, do-it-yourself terror, ranging from vehicle attacks to knife attacks to spreading wildfires. Far-right terrorists and extremists have begun to use memes as a central weapon in online warfare. The Christchurch attacker called upon others to create and post memes, arguing they were more powerful than manifestos. Memes prevent fact-based debates. They help spread disinformation and even conspiracy theories. Memes help to spread hate. And as Ambassador al-Hashimi noted yesterday, we need to draw a closer and tighter link to hate language and terrorism. Radical ideas lead to radical practices. In 2020, 3D printers have reached the level of quality and price that allows most people to enter the world of 3D printing. Today, a German right-wing terrorist attacker in Halle used online manuals and a 3D printer to print parts of his gun. He argued in his manifesto that the main purpose was to prove the viability of improvised weapons. In the future, terrorists will be able to print every type of weapon imaginable. Insurgents are keeping up technologically and perhaps even winning in specific technologies. One key example was the improvised explosive devices. A rigorous study of declassified IED data gathered from Iraq and Afghanistan demonstrated that insurgents kept pace with the expensive technological countermeasures that were taken. Artificial intelligence will have a heavy impact on security since it is the quintessential dual-use technology. AI will potentially allow adversaries to act with micro-precision but at a macro scale and with greater speed. AI will enhance cyber attacks and digital disinformation campaigns and can target individuals in new ways. Adversaries will need to have the skills to construct AI. They will also only need to manipulate it. AI can be highly destructive because AI-enabled weapons could allow adversaries to launch digital attacks with exceptional speed, increasing already insecure digital vulnerabilities. The speed of the attack could leave no time for a government to effectively evaluate the size of an incoming attack and might overreact. The metaverse, with growing levels of immersivity, will reinforce the risks of increased radicalization. It will be a new platform for conducting cognitive warfare. As we have witnessed in the first terrorist wave, Nobel's invention of dynamite quickly led to the proverbial genie out of the bottle. One of the primary reasons dynamite diffused so widely was because it was frequently copied. There were 125 different types of dynamite varieties. This was coupled with the reluctance of governments to restrict, to regulate it. Just as dynamite was diffused worldwide, extremist ideologies are being shared and dispersed by young and old across an ever-growing global community of extremists. Most counter-terrorist efforts have largely focused on the tangible capabilities of terror groups, including territorial control, manpower, finances, and equipment. These approaches have not addressed the intangible soft power of terrorist groups and have ignored the battle of ideas and the narratives that terrorists are using to recruit.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Ms. Liang. You have hit the 5-minute mark.
Okay, thank you so much.
I thank Dr. Liang for her statement and the policy and educational support provided to the international community by the Geneva Center for Security Policy. I will now give the floor to Ms. Anna Oosterlink, head of the United Nations team, Article 19. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair and CTC for the floor. And thank you to our host, India, for the warm welcome. My name is Anna Oosterlink, and I speak on behalf of Article 19, an international human rights organization promoting freedom of expression and related rights. Given the organizers' request for a forward-looking and critical assessment of how to do things better, I will limit myself to 8 recommendations addressed to the CTC and the international community at large on how to ensure human rights safeguards and the rule of law while countering terrorism. Human rights and rule of law, words we've only really heard a very few times this morning. I note this is not an exhaustive list of recommendations, and I invite you all to reach out after the meeting for further detailed discussion on these or other relevant issues. Also, I'm keenly aware I'm standing between you and your coffee break, so I will keep this within 5 minutes. My first recommendation: security without rights is meaningless, and rights advance security. Simply put, you cannot have security without rights. Human rights belong at the heart of all CT measures, from start to end, or they risk exacerbating the conditions conducive to terrorism. Our second recommendation is about ICTs specifically. Article 19 recalls that, as per international law,
The same rights apply offline and online. Our third recommendation is how to tackle terrorist content online effectively and legally. According to international human rights standards, states cannot restrict free speech, except if several strictly defined requirements are met, commonly referred to as the three-part test. This means that any limitation on expression, 1, is provided for by law, 2, is in pursuit of a legitimate aim, and 3, must be necessary and proportionate. Protection of national security can be a legitimate aim, but such restriction is legitimate only if the expression is intended to incite imminent violence, it is likely to incite such violence, and there is a direct and immediate connection between the expression and the likelihood or occurrence of such violence. But that said, even if warranted, these restrictions may never jeopardize the right itself. My fourth recommendation pertains to content moderation. Article 19 acknowledges there is content circulating online which is manifestly illegal and should be removed. However, some laws or legislative proposals of social media platforms are problematic, as they do not deal with the root problem of handing even more power into the hands of very few private companies. Government proposals to regulate platforms are in reality more about regulating users' content. States are essentially tasking social media companies to police our communication and decide what kinds of speech are illegal, rather than independent judicial authorities who should be doing that. Even worse, some states require platforms to restrict content deemed legal but harmful. However, legal speech is protected speech. Here, we as Article 19 argue that, as a general principle, states should avoid unnecessary regulation of how digital platforms undertake online content moderation. In particular, we strongly advise against unduly limiting platforms' immunity from liability for user-generated content, as we believe this provides a very strong incentive for companies to over-censor their users to avoid any risk of breaching the law. As recommendation 5, we call for states to regulate the power imbalance of dominant social media companies. We argue that, 1, state regulation should not prescribe what content to restrict, but rather focus on processes, access to effective remedies, transparency, accountability, human rights protection, including through impact assessments. 2, regulation should limit surveillance-based advertising and tackle market dominance of social media platforms through sound competition policies. For example, unbundling of hosting and content curation functions. 3, you should promote oversight of social media platforms by independent multi-stakeholder institutions. And 4, prohibit general monitoring of online content and do not undermine encryption and anonymity online. Now, as we all know, content moderation is only one piece of this very big puzzle, and I refer to other human rights colleagues present here today to address some of the other challenges. My sixth recommendation deals specifically with online hate speech. Hate speech that amounts to incitement to violence, hostility, or discrimination is clearly regulated by international law. These forms of incitement do not automatically constitute incitement to terrorism and therefore require different state responses. As my before last recommendation, we need to address misuse and abuse of CT measures by state authorities. We have witnessed internet shutdowns or blocking of websites increasingly being deployed during elections or protests under the guise of national security, while in effect concealing or even facilitating human rights violations. We have documented measures targeting journalists and human rights defenders under the guise of CT, but actually seeking to muzzle dissent, close civic space, put at risk democracy itself, with already marginalized groups such as the LGBTQ+ community under fire. Finally, If the CTC or the UN Security Council consider any follow-up action today or in the future, this must fully respect international law and put human rights safeguards at its core. We recommend a multi-stakeholder approach, meaningfully engaging diverse and independent civil society and human rights experts from development to implementation of this action. And bearing in mind my before-last recommendation, the CTC or Security Council must build in safeguards to prevent and address any misuse. I thank you.
I thank Ms. Osterling for her statement and for presenting the perspective of civil society on freedom of expression and human rights. As we have now heard from all our invited speakers in the first segment, I thank all the speakers for their statements. This concludes session 1. In view, however, of the time, we will commence the next segment in 5 minutes only. Delegates are encouraged to take coffee and tea outside and rejoin the meeting as soon as they can. Thank you.
Very good, ma'am.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, check 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, hello. बंद मत करो. Hello, hello, check 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, 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 check 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, check 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, check 1, 2, 3, check. Check 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, hello, check 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, hello, check, check, check. Check 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, hello, check.
Yes. I'm so sorry.
Check 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, hello, check. Check, check. Hello, hello, check 1, 2, 3, check. Hello. Check 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, hello, check 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, hello, check 1, 2, 3, check. Check 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, hello, check 1, 2, 3, check. Check 1, 2, 3, check. Hello. Hello, check 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, hello, hello.
So I'm just letting you know.
Hello, check, check, check. Hello, check, check.
The main thing to emphasize, if you are willing to be a little bit tough, is to say 5 minutes.
Hello, check 1, 2, check, 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 check.
5 minutes. As you are comfortable, just.
Hello, check 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, hello. Hello, check 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, hello, hello. Check, hello, hello, check 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, hello. hello, check, 1, 2, 3, check, hello, hello. Hello, check, 1, 2, check. Hello, check, 1, 2, check. Check, hello, check, 1, 2, 3, check, hello, check, 1, 2, 3, check, 1, 2, check. Check, hello, check, 1, 2, 3, check, hello, check, 1, 2, check, hello, check, 1, 2, 3, check, hello, check, 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2, 3, check. Hello, check, 1, 2, check. Check, hello, check, hello. Hello, check, 1, 2, check. Check, hello, check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2, 3, check, hello, check. Hello, check, 1, 2, check. Hello, check, 1, 2, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. ठीक है? Hello, check, 1, 2, check. Check, check, check. Hello, hello, hello. Check, hello, check. 1, 2, check, check. Check, hello, hello, check, check, hello, check, 1, 2, check, check. Check, hello, hello, check, 1, 2, 3, check, 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 hello, hello, check, check, hello, check, 1, 2, 3, check, hello, hello, check, 1, 2, 3, check, 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 hello, check, 1, 2, 3, check, hello, hello, check, 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 1, 2, 3, check, check. Check, hello, hello, check, 1, 2, 3, check, hello, hello, check, check, hello. Check, check, hello, hello, check, hello, hello, check, 1, 2, 3, check, 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 hello, check, 1, 2, 3, check, 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 check. Check, hello, hello, check. Hello, check, 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 test, hello, check, check, check. Check, check, hello, 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 check. Hello, check, test, hello, check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, hello, check, check, check. Check, check, hello, hello, check, 1, 2, 3, check. Check, check, hello, hello, check, 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 check. Hello, hello, check, 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 check. Check, check, check. Hello, hello. Check, 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 check. Check, check. Hello, hello. Check. 1, 2, 3. Check. Hello. Hello. Check. 1, 2, 3. Check. Hello. 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 Check. 1, 2, 3. Check. Check, check. Check, check. Check. Hello. Hello. Check. 1, 2, 3. Check. 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 इसको चेंज है ना. Check, check, hello, hello, check, 1, 2, 3, check, hello, 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 check, check, hello, check, 1, 2, 3, check, 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 hello, hello, check, check, hello, check, check. Check, 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 hello, check.
Get started? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be commencing in the next minute. If I could please encourage you to take your seats immediately. Thank you.
Great.
I hate this. Oh, yeah. Sure.
Please, s'il vous plaît. La séance. The session is about to resume. I will speak in French, so if needed, please use the translation. La séance reprend. La deuxième partie des exposés thématiques sera consacrée
dedicated to countering terrorism financing, threats and opportunities related to new payment technologies and fundraising methods. I would like to remind all the speakers that the declarations cannot exceed 5 minutes if we want to be able to have lunch today. I first would like to give the word to Madam Smetlana Martinova, Senior Legal Officer and Coordinator on Countering the Finance of Terrorism and the main legal expert on the Executive Commission Against Terrorism, who is going to present a presentation of a technical on the fight against terrorism. Ms. Smetlana, you have the word. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Of financial services facilitated by the emerging technologies. The scale and types of abuses in this regard vary considerably depending on regional and economic context, as well as the targets set by terrorists in terms of their financing, sources, and methods. The UN Security Council repeatedly recognized that innovations in financial products and services offer significant economic opportunities, but also present a risk of being misused. It therefore called on member states to assess and address potential risks associated with the new financial instruments, and it also called for full use of new technologies to bolster financial inclusion and to contribute to the effective implementation of AML-CFT measures. During the technical sessions held last month ahead of this meeting, more than 20 experts from international and regional organizations, national authorities, civil society, academia, and the private sector reflected precisely on these aspects: the trends and scale of the misuse of new technologies for terrorism financing purposes, and the opportunities presented by the new technologies to make CFT responses more effective. Examples of methods to raise funds for terrorist purposes include abuse of social media services to solicit donations, online merchandise sales, and crowdfunding platforms. Persistent fundraising loopholes, including brands advertising and monetization alongside terrorist content. Yet the enforcement of terms of services and internal monitoring lag behind. With regards to moving funds, experts agreed that cash and hawala time transfers remain the prevalent methods used by terrorists. However, there is also an increase in their use in combination with the new payment methods. Terrorists are also known to have abused mobile payment systems, virtual assets, privacy coins, as well as online exchanges and wallets. Blockchains, cryptocurrencies, and crowdfunding sometimes pose a complex money trail for financial investigators to follow. Some of these products can enable anonymous cross-border funds transfers. These risks are compounded by the increase in the number and types of service providers and persisting gaps in their regulation and enforcement globally. At the same time, new technologies, when used responsibly, also have the potential to make AML-CFT measures faster and more effective. Robust public-private partnerships are essential to share information, understand evolving trends, increase knowledge and skills of relevant authorities, and strengthen the integrity of the financial sector. Multi-stakeholder partnerships, meaning those that involve the relevant authorities, private sector, civil society, and research experts, also present opportunities to ensure that CFT measures do not infringe upon financial inclusion and civic space. The need to ensure that unintended consequences and impacts on human rights, legitimate activity of the nonprofit organizations, and civil society are adequately safeguarded against was highlighted throughout the discussions. The experts offered an impressive number of concrete recommendations reflecting different perspectives. Although there is no time to share them all here, I would highlight that understanding the exact nature of the threat remains critical for developing appropriate responses. Responses that are risk-based, outcome-based, proportional, and human rights law compliant, rather than blanket-type prohibitions or inactions stemming from ill-informed visions of the risks. CTED, in close cooperation with all of our partners, many of whom came here today to share their expertise, stands ready to continue supporting member states in our common efforts to strengthen the effectiveness of the international response to the abuse of new technologies for terrorist purposes in full compliance with international law. Thank you for your attention.
Je remercie Madame
for her presentation and for the fact that she has held the time. I now give the time to Mr. Justin Husred, coordinator of the Analytical Support and Sanctions Monitoring Team, created by Resolution 1526 and 2053 concerning Islamic State in Iraq and the Levant, Daesh, Al-Qaeda and the Taliban, and associated individuals.
For those not familiar with the work of the team, I'll just say a couple of words on our mandate. We work to support the committees pursuant to Resolutions 1267 and 1988 of the Security Council to help them manage sanctions on Al-Qaeda, Daesh and the Taliban. We conduct global assessment of the threat posed by these groups and their affiliates, maintain the sanctions lists and monitor implementations of 3 sanctions measures, assets freeze, the travel ban and an arms embargo. And we provide recommendations for the effective implementation, including those relevant to the misuse of new payment technologies and fundraising methods. My comments will be in this context, but I think also broadly relevant to other terrorist actors. The rapid evolution of technology in the financial sector supports economic growth. It delivers benefits in our daily lives and has opened new avenues to counter terrorism more effectively. It's inherently a good thing. But it's also open to abuse by malicious actors. Terrorists are often quick to identify opportunities to misuse and exploit new technologies. This is particularly true where the pace of technological change outstrips the pace of regulatory arrangements and other measures in mitigation. This has been as true in the fields of finance or fintech as it has been in other sectors. The monitoring team started to detect an increasing trend of concern from member states over the use of these new payment technologies and fundraising methods some 10 years ago. This concern has built gradually through recent years with reporting of more concrete cases and more designated individuals on the 1267 list associated with such activities. The monitoring team's latest threat assessment, published this summer, identified 4 broad themes regarding the use of new payment technologies and fundraising methods by Daesh, Al-Qaeda and their affiliates. First, we've picked up increasing concern from member states on the evolution of tactics as we continue to receive reports of Daesh and Al-Qaeda making use of cryptocurrencies when soliciting donations and other supporting activities. We flagged reporting of groups providing tutorials in how to open digital asset wallets and make transactions using cryptocurrencies. The second theme is the evolving role of social media and related technologies in the financing of terrorism, with several platforms being cited as favored by the terrorist organizations we monitor as an efficient means of soliciting funds from a wide audience. In the third theme, we noted an increased geographical spread in the use of technologies in line with the evolving threat landscape, with growing concern over Africa and Afghanistan. One example we cited was where a member state had concerns about transactions totaling more than $700,000 involving privacy-enhanced cryptocurrencies to fund one particular listed group. This indicated an increased sophistication in the use of lesser-known cryptocurrencies and the ability to convert these to cash through virtual asset exchanges. The fourth theme, it was around the regulatory and supervisory environment, which is required to cope with the evolving risk. The pace of change or adaptation and anticipation of abuse are critical. Self-evidently, terrorists are adept at exploiting a window of opportunity and then moving on. All of that said, it's important to keep the challenge firmly in context. As previous speakers have noted, the use of cash remains predominant and most favored by the groups on which we report and monitor, both in terms of value and volume. To counter the risks of exploitation and abuse, member states and international organizations have developed countermeasures and regulations at both the domestic and international level. I would like to remind colleagues, though, that the 1267 sanctions regime is one of the tools that member states could employ to address the challenge. Of the 343 names on the 1267 sanctions list, a good number are Al-Qaeda and Daesh financiers. Member states are encouraged to continue to propose the listing of such people. Such listings probably lag behind the geographic spread of Daesh and Al-Qaeda activities, for example, in Africa. It's desirable to promote awareness of sanctions listings, be they UN or national, among fintech companies, internet and social media providers, to encourage industry to factor sanctions provisions into their policies and terms of service, and to inform their understanding of their responsibilities and approach to mitigation. The 1267 Committee has construed the scope of an asset freeze broadly through its resolutions and through its explanation of terms document. This covers financial and economic resources and also includes internet hosting or related services, with due attention to the important principles of privacy and liberty. That could mean that if someone provides internet hosting to Daesh or Al-Qaeda for whatever purpose, but particularly where there is a financial dimension or service, subject to the view of the committee, that individual or entity might have violated asset-free sanctions measures, even if unwittingly. We need to develop new tools to counter terrorist exploitation of novel technologies, but we should also consider how existing and tested tools might be better brought to bear against these new methodologies.
Merci. Je remercie Monsieur Hustwit pour sa déclaration soulignant
concerning the recent findings on the exploited funding methods of terrorist groups such as Daesh and Al-Qaeda. I'd like to give the floor now to Mrs. Seda Prado, who's leading the DFE Financial Group. You have 5 minutes as well.
In government and the Indian colleagues for their hospitality. It is in particular a pleasure to see Mr. Vivek Arwal, who is the head of delegation to the FATF from India. Technology is indeed becoming one of the dominant factors in combating terrorist financing and the focus of a lot of the work that we're doing in the FATF, the Financial Action Task Force. So I thank CTED for the invitation to share with you some of that work. And also I want to express my gratitude and also on behalf of the FATF to the Security Council for our partnership in combating terrorist financing. The duality of technology, both in bringing opportunities and challenges, has been covered throughout yesterday and today. So I'm going to jump in and zoom in on one of the threats that we see as the major threats in the terrorist financing. And I am referring to virtual assets, the so-called virtual currencies as well, or cryptocurrencies. There's a lot of names. We call them the virtual assets. This is an area where the FATF was quick to respond to. We issued our first reports on the risk over a decade ago, and we also issued what is the first set of standards for virtual assets 3 years ago in 2019. So where are we now with these standards? Well, honestly, the implementation is going far too slow. To give you a flavor of the implementation, I will paint a picture of the world in your head and think about the over 200 jurisdictions that we have, and only 60 of them have started to regulate this sector and to try to supervise it and to provide license for their operation. And I'm referring to the virtual asset sector service providers. The rest of the world doesn't have a regulation, and most of them, over 50%, have not even started a legislative process. This is very concerning because while standards take time to be implemented, there is a sense of urgency here. And until most jurisdictions implement these new rules, it will not be possible to start implementing the travel rule. Many of you have heard about the travel rule, many of you haven't, so allow me to dig into it. What is the traveler's rule? The travel rule is the requirement that the FATF is asking the service providers of virtual assets to include the information of the origin and the beneficiary of the transaction to travel through the whole chain of the transaction. Think of a wire transfer. When you send a wire transfer through your bank, the information of yourself who are sending the money and of the recipient travels with that wire. When we take this to the virtual asset world, there's a lot of challenges. First, because we're in the blockchain space, and secondly, because we need to make sure that these standards are implementing in respecting human rights, in particular data protection and privacy laws. So the challenge is there, but we have been working very closely with the private sector, and the good news is that the technology has provided now us with the tools to make this travel rule possible. So the technology is there for the governments to require these providers to use the travel rule. So back to why this was important. It is important to have this rule because we need to track these payments. We need to track them after the fact, and it is crucial to be able to implement targeted financial sanctions. So here comes my key takeaway and my call to action. It is urgent for countries to take steps to regulate the virtual asset sectors in their countries, or to prohibit these exchangers from operating out of their countries. Otherwise, they take the risk of becoming a safe haven for online terrorism. Now, moving to the positive side, the FATF has also been working on all the opportunities that technologies bring to fight terrorist financing, and we actually have 5 reports where we touch on these technologies. We invite you to consult them. 3 of them are public, and 2 of them have been circulated for governments because they have sensitive information, so they have been distributed through FIUs, the Financial Intelligence Units, and also through the law enforcement agencies. So the good news is that we have the tools to take on the threats, and we have also the potential to take on the opportunities. But honestly, this won't happen if governments don't invest in this change, if they don't change the way they look at these technologies and actually start implementing them. So my takeaway here is that either going against these threats or taking advantage of these opportunities need action and investment by governments. It won't happen by accident. Thank you very much for your time and your attention.
Je vous remercie.
Madrado, for your declaration. Yes, the role of the FATF and of their works have been underlined numerous times by the Security Council and by the present committee. I now pass on the microphone to Ms. Carla Mera, President of Pro Tempore of the Financial Action Task Force of Latin America. You have the floor for 5 minutes.
Government for this event organization. I would like to start by saying that the Financial Group of Latin America, the FILAR, has been working with 18 member states with Central America, South America, and Northern America, and they are now evaluating the compliance of their members around the GAFI standards. They also account with work groups in order to have a challenge to task the challenges, and as a result of the mutual evaluation projects as well of the work groups, we have admitted several challenges that are related to financing terrorism as well as new technologies, which in the end raises concerns in the region. Along 2021, there was a project related to the ability of our countries to identify the different virtual assets on the region. That study included a research on the regulation of virtual assets as well as the suppliers of the latter. Through a survey, we knew that 88% of GAFI countries that were participating from this exercise were considering the use of these assets as a potential source of financing terrorism. Nonetheless, identifying the possible illicit use of these virtual assets as a vulnerability for money laundering as well as financing terrorism hasn't had an end to this moment. Until the local regulations are generalized in this market, this won't happen. So out of the response of the survey, as a result, we have that only 24% of the member countries had a legislation on this. There is a lack of experience in monitoring, also having the surveillance of this kind of virtual assets. And we have identified key elements so that these virtual assets are not used for illicit purposes and for them to be used properly with digital evidence and implementing very good research techniques based on blockchain analysis, AI, open source, and electronic surveillance. We also need to have special research techniques. The latter are utterly important for the sophistication and the difficulty of obtaining information or evidence that is relevant through traditional media that are normally located and associated to virtual assets. It is paramount to have an interdisciplinary scope that is going to end the financing of terrorism, as well as the staff of cybercrime and cybersecurity staff. We have observed that certain countries of the region are starting to create interdisciplinary groups with different companies and the private sector. So it is also paramount to accurately use communication and in an international way, as well as the virtual assets that actually transform the community in a very important focus for preventing money laundering. We recommend that all of the agencies and the responsible agencies to finance terrorism with virtual assets should be using every pathway in their hands in order to connect with their peers, and they do through informal networks that are allowing a quick communication in between them. So in spite of the challenges that we have in terms of resources, we have started to develop resources for digital transformation in the financial intelligence agencies and bodies, and in the public bodies as well, in order to detect and react quickly and promptly towards terrorism. For instance, GIFCT has identified that we have very few knowledge in the region of the scope of crowdfunding activities, and this related to terrorism, which is an area that works with different work plans, and we want to do this taking the experience of other regions around the globe. It is important to understand that all of the informations against terrorism are effective, and all the countries of FATF and are going to have a referendum of their commitment of their fight against terrorism, and they acknowledge the importance of these tasks throughout the use of these tools. I appreciate your attention.
The regional perspective of Latin America. I now give the word to Mr. Sergej Terektov, Executive Secretary of the Eurasian Group of Fighting Against Money Laundering and Financing of Terrorism. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Ladies and gentlemen, my speech will be in Russian. So I would like to ensure that you have proper interpretation.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, distinguished ministers, first, on behalf of the Eurasian Group, I would like to thank the Government of India for such a warm welcome. Also, I would like to thank the Counter-Terrorism Committee of the UN for inviting us to this very important event. Eurasian Group on countering illegal income and financial support of terrorism is a regional group similar to FATF and is comprised of 9 member states: Belarus, India, Kazakhstan, China, Kyrgyzstan, Russian Federation, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and the Republic of Uzbekistan. One of priority fields for our Eurasian Group is countering financial support of terrorism. In this regard, Eurasian Group argues for the partnership with all of our key partners, including with the CTED that obviously plays one of the most important coordinating role in this common fight with terrorism and its financing. It is also plays a role of an observer in our Eurasian group since 2010. Eurasian group and its work on countering terrorism financing is based on consolidated strategy of FATF to fight terrorism financing, and we also based on the relevant Security Council resolution. But while working, we of course take into consideration the regional specifics of our Eurasian region. Digital transformation of infrastructure and the economy ended up in new mechanisms and channels for terrorism financing. The main specific of this phenomena is a high level of availability of all the technologies for the most different, kind of population and a very high geographical spread. In June 2022, in Eurasian Group, we adopted a final summary on the risks of illegal use of financial system in Eurasian region. We also considered a risk of using new technologies to finance terrorism. In particular, social media and messengers are currently using not only to interest and to involve citizens of our region into terrorist activities, but also to collect money to perform it actually. By they I mean terrorist organization. They use crypto, wallets, e-payment systems and special services of online loans and crowdfunding. Of course, obviously, usually such services are not regulated and are not observed in any way in the majority of the region's countries, which makes it very easy to move financial resources all around internet without any requirements to identify the sender and the receiver of the money. Especially fragile, we believe to be the area of virtual assets for transactions between the physical bodies and citizens, between people who purchase some goods on an illegal marketplaces in this so-called darknet. In the majority of Eurasian Group member countries, a lot of work is being done to prevent the use of new technologies for illegal goals. We use all the analytic resources we have. We develop new instruments to monitor the global network. Existing materials are then shared with law enforcement institutions. They are used during the financial investigations and to actually increase the qualifications of people who are working in financial intelligence. The challenges that are related to the illegal use of new technologies require from the competent authorities more proactive and efficient activities. One of the solutions here might be the regular dialogue between the competent and relevant authorities and the private sector that actually build the infrastructure and build these new technologies. I'm talking about IT companies, service providers, and telecommunication companies. We urge member states to strengthen the international cooperation and also strengthen this intersectoral coordination, because we are just obliged to keep this international knowledge exchange. Eurasian Group will keep on with its monitoring and will keep evaluate the risks related to financing of terrorism. Thank you.
Its declaration, for the Eurasian declaration showing the risks in the region. Now I give the word to Ms. Hans-Jakob Schindler, main president of the Global Diplomatic Forum, Director of Compliance and Capacity Skills International Counter-Extremism Project. Mr. Schindler, you have the word for 5 minutes.
By expressing my appreciation for the opportunity to address today's meeting on behalf of my organization, the Counter-Extremism Project, CEP. CEP is a transatlantic think tank and advocacy organization that works on a wide range of extremist and terrorist phenomena. We serve in an advisory role for governments in North America, Europe, as well as at the level of the European Union, including on the design and implementation of effective and efficient regulation to hinder the misuse of new technologies for the financing of terrorism. My short remarks today are based on our ongoing research and work. While several contributions in this session and of course in the preparatory sessions have focused on the methods and strategies of this misuse, let me briefly outline some of the regulatory challenges. From a regulatory perspective, it's crucial to distinguish between financial instruments, such as virtual assets or cryptocurrencies, or non-fungible tokens, NFTs, and the misuse of virtual infrastructures, such as social media, messenger services, or crowdfunding platforms. While the regulation of financial instruments should mirror as closely as possible the already established mechanisms employed when countering the financing of terrorism in fiat currencies, it is central to consider specific technical challenges that are crucial to the functioning of these new technologies. For example, customer onboarding processes in the fintech industry are always fully automated without human-to-human interaction. This will require the setting of appropriate standards for the identification and verification of customer identities to ensure that terrorists or violent extremists are not able to penetrate the respective services by deceptive means. Furthermore, definitions of, for example, a de minimis threshold of virtual asset transfers, for example, as suggested by the FATF, or an equivalent of $1,000 or euros, should consider the much higher volatility of virtual assets compared to fiat currencies. Therefore, potentially more flexible definitions would need to be adopted to ensure that transactions that are temporarily fall below this threshold in value are appropriately captured. Technical developments within the sector, such as mixers, tumblers, so-called privacy coins, as well as unhosted wallets, present serious challenges for transactions transparency, and their use by terrorist and violent extremist groups is increasing. Therefore, both new regulatory frameworks as well as new technical tools must be developed to ensure that the terrorism financing risks that emanate from this privacy-enhancing but transparency-reducing technology are appropriately mitigated. In addition to blockchain analysis, standards for behavior-based transaction monitoring should be contemplated. Finally, the use of these new financial instruments by terrorist and violent extremist networks, groups, and individuals is often combined with the misuse of the global virtual infrastructure that social media, messenger services, as well as crowdfunding platforms provide. These service providers must become part of the first line of defense. Here, both terms of services as well as monitoring standards by these service providers should be improved. Currently, these are not yet sufficiently focused on countering the misuse of their services for the financing of terrorism. However, compliance standards within the tech industry are unlikely to improve sustainably without externally induced regulatory and commercial incentives. Some jurisdictions, such as, for example, the European Union, are in the process of developing such frameworks. However, while these address illegal content and therefore could also be applied to combating the misuse for terrorist financing, a specific focus on this particular misuse is missing and should be included. Furthermore, while introducing notice and action standards are crucial, given the vast quantities of data uploaded on these platforms, proactive monitoring of their service by providers, which already curate all the data on their platforms all the time for commercial purposes, is a necessary element of any effective defensive system. Therefore, standards for such proactive monitoring need to be developed to guide the curation of data by providers. Such standards could be modeled along the already existing standards employed by other industries, including the financial industry. Thank you so much for your attention.
Je remercie Monsieur Schindler pour sa déclaration.
Challenges to pick up in order to avoid the abuse and exploitation, basically, of information technology and social media by terrorist groups. We shall now be watching a videoed intervention by Miss Tracy from the Global Center on Cooperative Security, apparently. The video has not been transmitted to the interpreters prior to this meeting, so should not.
Practices that address the root causes of violent extremism. As part of this work, we partner with public, private, and nonprofit actors to advance risk-based anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism measures while safeguarding civic space. The rise of the global crypto ecosystem presents new challenges to efforts to detect and disrupt terrorism financing, but it also offers new opportunities to improve and critically recalibrate regulatory approaches to improve efficiency and effectiveness. In my time today, I want to offer 3 lessons learned from our work to guide the development of measures to prevent terrorism financing through virtual assets. First is to prioritize financial intelligence alongside risk-based prevention measures. The financial sector can provide a critical piece of the puzzle for law enforcement and intelligence authorities to map terrorist networks and trace their financial patterns and flows. Decentralized finance, specifically its utilization of blockchain technology, offers enhanced opportunities for operational as well as tactical analysis. CFT regulation and supervisory practices for virtual assets should lean into this, avoiding tick box compliance measures and instead emphasizing those that meaningfully support detection and disruption efforts while upholding due process and procedural rights. Essential to the shift towards effectiveness is improved feedback mechanisms between law enforcement, financial intelligence units, and the private sector to hone red flags and improve the quality of reports and financial intelligence products. Second, ensure that decentralized finance realizes its promises to previously underserved communities as financial inclusion increases visibility across the global financial system. Expanded access to financial services is one of the central promises of crypto and decentralized finance. To realize this promise, regulators must work with crypto firms and with underserved communities to identify solutions to practical usage barriers, invest in needs-based use cases, and ensure adequate consumer and data protection measures. One way to do this is through hosting regulatory sandboxes that create space to test market innovations to ensure that it meets the needs of target audiences while upholding regulatory standards. Supporting and encouraging the crypto ecosystem to realize its financial inclusion promise offers sustainable development benefits as well as increases overall visibility in the global financial system by bringing more transactions into the regulated space. And third, a multi-stakeholder approach is required to prevent and mitigate potential negative consequences. We know that CFT measures have resulted in unintended consequences on human rights, civic space, and nonprofit operations. To avoid a similar outcome with decentralized finance, a diversity of public, private, and nonprofit actors must participate in the design and implementation of CFT policies and practices. The Financial Action Task Force, Global Counter-Terrorism Forum, UN entities, as well as several national governments have launched efforts to understand, prevent, and mitigate unintended consequences of existing CFT measures, with multi-stakeholder dialogue often forming a cornerstone for informed, proportionate, and risk-based measures. The lessons learned from these efforts must be centered as we design new regulatory approaches to crypto and decentralized finance if we are to avoid past mistakes. To conclude, we've learned a lot about disrupting terrorism financing over the past decades. We stand at a unique moment with the crypto ecosystem, whereby we can recalibrate and redesign our approach based on those lessons learned. Doing so will make CFT efforts more efficient and effective, but does require an active role from government, private sector, and nonprofit actors to ensure that technologies are developed to meet community needs, are consistent with international human rights law and due process and procedural rights, and include protections for consumers, data, and privacy. Thank you all for your time and attention.
Mrs. Turner for the statement and for the support provided by the Global Centre to the Member States on this important subject. We'd like to give the floor now to Mr. Stephen Reimer, who's in charge of research from the Finance Programme at the Centre for Financial Crime and Security Studies at the Royal United Service Institute. So you have 5 minutes.
On behalf of RUSI.
For nearly 200 years, RUSI has been at the center of research and debate that surrounds military and security thinking. And as one of the newest entrants to the RUSI family, we at the Center for Financial Crime and Security Studies continue that tradition and have quickly become a global authority on the intersection of finance and security. Through our project on collaboration, research, and analysis against the financing of terrorism, which was generously funded by the European Commission, we spent last year studying the impacts of new technologies on terrorism financing risks in the European context. And it is upon the findings of this research that I wish to base my remarks today. Our study, which focused on fintech, online crowdfunding, virtual assets, and social media, found that these technologies have had virtually no impact on how terrorists finance their activities in Europe. But this may not be all that surprising, given that the terrorist threat facing the continent mostly stems from so-called lone actor or self-activating terrorists, who can easily acquire the modest funds needed to facilitate their simplistic attacks through banal, everyday means. Despite noted concerns, virtual assets, including cryptocurrencies, have very limited functionality for European lone actor terrorists. Their supposed anonymity must be reconciled with the fact that transactions appear on a public blockchain, not to mention the relative uselessness of cryptocurrencies on the surface web, where most lone actors go shopping for attack components, including weapons. But most importantly, the pressure to adopt this technology simply doesn't exist, so long as precursor chemicals for explosives or edged weapons can be procured in shops or online marketplaces. There's a saying where I come from that reflects just this: if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We also studied how new technologies affect fundraising for terrorist groups to cover organizational costs. And here the picture is slightly different. While social media, virtual assets, and crowdfunding all featured in fundraising campaigns, we found decisively that their use has not replaced entrenched methods, and that usually we see new technologies being used in tandem with traditional terrorism financing methodologies. To dwell on just one of many examples, a recent campaign that targeted European donors with social media solicitations for funds relied on the crowdfunding functionality of a popular digital payments provider, which was set up by a European-based intermediary. Once the funds were collected, the intermediary relied on traditional value transfer services to move funds to their final destination outside of Europe. So while new technologies may offer novel channels for raising, moving, and obfuscating terrorist funds, we shouldn't be overly distracted by what is shiny and new so as to take our eye off the ball when it comes to countering those tried and true tactics. Our work from the European perspective demonstrates an important point that should have global relevance. The technologies most abused for terrorism financing are rarely the most novel innovations, but rather those with the greatest uptake in society overall. And we can expect risk to shift over time in the same manner. This challenges a prevailing view in policymaking circles that the safest approach to handling terrorism financing risks of new technologies is to assume that all theoretical vulnerabilities are real, unless otherwise proven. We find this to be an unhelpful and undiscerning assumption. In order to cut through the noise of assumed vulnerabilities and to reach a truer understanding of risk, we should assess terrorists' financial tradecraft and under what conditions they may come to adopt new technologies. By way of example, consider the illicit taxation of major roads in Somalia by Al-Shabaab, who accept payments in mobile money from those that they extort. Here, the group exploits mobile money technology for its near universal societal uptake, so that anybody who comes down the road will have a means of payment. Contrast this with some nationally designated terrorist groups who have used veiled social media posts to solicit donations in virtual assets using automatically generated bespoke wallets. The attributes of those technologies meet a different need, namely to arrange and discreetly receive payments from a wide base of fellow ideological adherents. When it comes to devising counterterrorism financing responses, this would be a good place to start. I will conclude my remarks with a word on regulating new technologies based on counterterrorism financing concerns and the potential costs of getting this wrong. We know how mobile money, for example, has revolutionized financial inclusion in many parts of sub-Saharan Africa, and the impacts that this has had on meeting development goals like the SDGs. Restrictive regulation intended to suppress risk of terrorism financing abuse must be balanced against the potential for new financial technologies to further serve the unbanked. When striking that balance, we might even ask ourselves what the greater harm to society is, considering some of the chief underlying drivers of radicalization, terrorism, and insecurity. We should resist knee-jerk regulation that have unintended consequences, including the stifling of innovation or snuffing out of the development potential of new financial technologies. And once again, on behalf of RUSI and the Center for Financial Crime and Security Studies, thank you all for inviting us to participate in this important event, and thank you for your kind attention.
His declaration, and we now give the floor to Mrs. Navitas Krekang, who's an expert independent advisor in judicial activity and fight against corruption. You have 5.
To present at this special meeting of the CTC. I would also like to thank CTED for convening excellent technical sessions for sharing of experiences and learnings. For the discussion today, I would like to highlight the importance of multi-pronged strategy for CFT using emerging tech. New technologies are innovative, faster, easier, cheaper, and sector agnostic. The new technology solutions have made it easier to move funds between channels, platforms, markets, and beyond borders, and this has inconsiderably helped the legitimate users. Payment technology systems are also fast evolving and continuously upgrading their efficiency and effectiveness on centralized finance or decentralized finance platforms, and also between fiat currencies, virtual assets, and digital currencies, or a combination thereof. Fintech has fast revolutionized the betting, gaming, and gambling industry too. One of the biggest threats faced by member states is the misuse of emerging payment technologies. These forms of digital virtual assets are a technological marvel, but a downside of this is they have provided organized crime new payment channels to expand their reach. These groups are agile in rethinking their fundraising strategies using the security and anonymity provided by these technology, deploying the latest technology. They operate outside of the formal banking channels and facilitate financial settlements without appropriate and adequate KYCs and regulatory checks and balances. These instruments have thus created a parallel process that can be exploited by terrorists and other illegal operators to transfer economic value without detection to further their illegal goals. It is therefore necessary to design CFT measures to track and disrupt the flow of funds to terrorist organizations while giving cognizance to not compromise the rights of a legitimate user. Madam Chair, let me take here example with India's whole of government approach to fintech, regtech, and anti-financial crime regulatory landscape. India's TAC is a success story of a government industry body partnership by enabling open API digital infrastructure with biometric digital ID Aadhaar and unified payments interface UPI, delivering a leap in financial inclusion and payment digitization. The regtech industry is using products as API, AI, ML, blockchain, distributed computing, and cryptography for services offering compliance, surveillance, intelligence, and investigation outcomes. FIU and other agencies are accelerating the speed to counter with unified data lakes. India's anti-financial crime regulatory landscape has been strengthened to disrupt and dismantle the flow of funds. Madam Chair, what needs to be done? While it might seem a barrier to free enterprise, there is a need for member states to design holistic and scalable framework to counter the strategies of criminal and terrorist groups. A mechanism for greater regulatory checks, transparency, and audit of these virtual asset platforms globally to ensure these channels are not misused. I recommend CTC to urge member states to collaborate for regional research on use of emerging payment methods in combination with traditional methods along the borders. We need greater public-private partnerships and academia participation in strengthening strategic analysis capabilities for information and intelligence sharing at domestic and global levels. Civil society has an important role to help nip in the bud money laundering terrorist financing avenues. Digital users should be encouraged to report suspicious activity cybercrime, and misuse of new technological innovations. In a recent case of digital lending fraud, the cooperation between the agencies and the public resulted in swifter action by the authorities and tightening of regulations by the Central Bank of India. Going forward, in my view, a maturity model for use of new and emerging technologies for CFT will build trust at global and country levels. Before I end, I would recommend CTC to consider tech-savvy and demographically advantaged India as a hub for research on virtual assets and for building early warning systems for AML CFT purposes. Madam Chair, I thank you.
Je remercie Madame Srikanth.
Mr. Aminyari, who is in charge of the Al-Kawakibi Democratic Transition Center. Mr. Amin Khali, you have the word for 5 minutes. Mr. Chairman.
The NPO are highly affected because some of us lack the expertise and the know-how to fight the financing of terrorism. But mostly we are affected because some governments are using and sometimes misusing this fight to strangle the space and to strangle CSO financially. Today, new technologies, fintech, are used to monitor the financing of CSO. They are used more efficiently, but this efficiency is superior to the manual compliance that used to be in the past years. This fintech comes with problem. It is highlighted in the ICNL report, New Tech, Perpetual Challenges, how emerging technologies for financial compliance are affecting the non-profit sector. The fintech companies, especially the startups, tend to give more importance to efficiency over financial inclusion and social impact. While data privacy is a concern for the fintech industry and a little less for financial institutions, in less democratic countries, this concern drastically decreases for governments, security forces, and intelligence units and intelligence departments. Other concerns are about little human oversight and accountability and contestability. We in civil society are concerned about the over-reliance on sophisticated technologies, encountering the financing of terrorism in NPO, whose behavior differ from ordinary banking clients. We prefer to push for collaboration between NPO and financial institutions and monitoring regulatory bodies, international and national. Such collaboration is possible. FATF is an example we can build on. Today, this institution is more receptive to CSO calls, improving their guidance, their assessment on the NPO CSO sector, of course with differences among regions and countries. And overall, acknowledging that combating terrorism financing and money laundering should be implemented differently in the CSO sector. We are not there yet, but we are moving slowly, country by country, and Tunisia is a good practice in this collaborative approach between regulators and NPO in combating terrorism financing in the NPO sector. Our takeaway: first, CSO should be considered as a specific client for banks and financial institutions and financial regulators. Second, we, as civil society, push for collaboration and consultation to improve the fight against terrorism using new finance technologies through efficiency and inclusiveness and respect for human rights and freedom of association. And thank you.
for his declaration, for bringing the point of view of civil society. Now I'm giving the word to Mr. Santif Shahid, who is the head of chain analysis for India, and you have the word for 5 minutes.
For providing this opportunity to speak with you. It is such an honor to participate in this meeting. We have heard about cryptocurrencies and how serious it is and how seriously it is posing a threat to terror financing. I would like to begin by saying this blockchain technology is very transparent in nature. It is very immutable as well. So if the cryptocurrencies are being used by terror finance or terrorist activities, it is more of the vulnerability to them than us. And I'll try to deep dive a little bit into it. Data and research from past few years shows cryptocurrencies is remarkably small component of global terror finance. However, when we see terrorists using cryptocurrencies, it is generally in one of three ways. So the first way is the donation campaigns, much like what we have seen in past associated with Al-Sadaq campaign. Terrorist organizations aim to globally raise funds or solicit donations using cryptocurrencies. And these campaigns typically fail to raise substantial funds and are generally easy to monitor. Terrorists also use cryptocurrency to facilitate online operations. Online radicalization is the key strategy for global recruitment, and the infrastructure associated with their online presence is often paid by using cryptocurrencies. And the third way where we see the connection between cryptocurrencies and terror finance is typically occurs when the terrorist financial facilitation within the terrorist financial facilitation networks. The same network of Hawala or MSBs, what we call it money service businesses that have supported terror organizations for decades, are now adopting cryptocurrencies. And this is where we are seeing the uptick in terror finance related to crypto. We are not seeing massive donations pouring in via Bitcoin, but as the world continues to adopt cryptocurrencies, it is only natural that it is increasingly used by money service businesses, hawalas, and financial facilitators. This leads to my third point that the risk is not always obvious. Many crypto exchanges or virtual asset service providers have exposure to terror financing and they are completely unaware of it. It is possible that they would not know about this. And this is because the accounts are simply registered by individuals, not by organizations or the member of any organization. Also, exchanges are often located in located or registered in countries that are typically don't have to worry about terror financing. Because of the global reach of international cryptocurrency exchanges, they have to monitor customers who are on a completely different, who are in completely different countries and sometimes within high risk jurisdictions. The good news is that terrorists have been fairly clumsy in their use of cryptocurrency. This provides critical information about both the donors and the recipients. Internationally, there has been numerous law enforcement actions that were based on information provided by blockchain intelligence. Chain analysis has been collaborating with many law enforcement agencies across the globe in such actions. The bad news is these high-profile wins against the terrorist use of crypto have caused them to be a little more conscious and cautious. They are far less open about their use of cryptocurrencies than they were a couple of years ago. And they have begun experimenting with the privacy coin like Moneros as well. My final point is that it is essential that we work together to stay left of the boom. And for those who may not understand this phrase, left of the boom describes the event on timeline which leads up to the attack. So if we aim to stay left of the boom, that means we are aiming to mitigate the events prior to an attack and ultimately preventing from that to happen. Analyzing terror financing donor activities just do that. It helps us identify individuals who have been radicalized in some cases, and in some cases identify threats before they take actions. So finally, I would like to conclude by saying combating the terrorist use of cryptocurrency not only requires public-private partnership, it also requires international collaboration. Law enforcement agencies and regulators are obviously deep into this fight, but the compliance officers at virtual asset service providers and blockchain analysts are also essentials. So I truly appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all today and work towards the goal of collaboration around the cryptocurrency analysis. I thank you so much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Je remercie
declaration and for presenting the point of view of the private sector and the importance of partnerships with the partners. All the panelists of this part of our section, I would like to thank them for their declarations and for holding the 5-minute limit. I also would like to thank the organizer for the quality of this roundtable with the gender parity and the use of numerous official languages of the United Nations system. We have now reached the end of the second time of our works, and I have some important announcements to make from the logistics point of view.
important information. Today, at 7:00 p.m., a call on Honorable President of India has been scheduled for all heads of delegations of UN Security Council member and incoming members, along with senior UN officials. Heads of delegation, and the list has been circulated, are kindly requested to assemble at 6:45 at entrance next to Darbar Palace Hall at gate of Taj Hotel on Sardar Patel Marg. A dedicated car card will be escorted from Taj Palace to President House for the call on, and it will leave at 6:50. All heads of delegations would be returning back to Taj Palace by 5 to 8, when External Affairs Ministers of India would be hosting a dinner during which cultural performances would be taking place. The venue of the dinner is Rani Bagh area of Taj Palace Hotel. I hope it has been understood, and the morning session is now adjourned until 2:15. Thank you very much.